his base who are disappointed with him on many, many things. And this is not me endorsing Trump. They're not interested in voting for Trump. They're interested in staying home.
So are the speeches enough to persuade with some key demographics who, polling shows, aren't necessarily buying what the president is selling?
I mean, I think it's important for President Biden to outline the stakes of the election.
Tim Hogan is a Democratic campaign strategist and a former spokesperson for Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign.
There is a clear and present threat, in his view, and among many voters, from Donald Trump. He tried to overturn the last election, and that threat is still there. It is the last presidential election we experienced. This is the first one we're having since January 6, 2021. And I think in some of the polling, in particular, Washington Post poll last week shows that a key margin of voters, whether it's 60% of independents or even 20% of Republicans, view what Donald Trump did as an attempt to defraud the United States government and illegally overthrow the election. So it's critically important. A campaign is going to have a lot of different messages, but it does make sense for them to focus on this. Yes, you have to walk and chew gum at the same time. You have to talk about reproductive rights. You have to talk about the economy. But it would be a mistake to not talk about January 6th.
You know, some of the latest polling, at least one of the latest polls, shows issues with some key constituencies for the president. I know you've seen that USA Today Suffolk poll, 63% of black support compared to 87% in 2020. Hispanic and young voters going for Trump over Biden by 5 and 4 points respectively. I know that's just that one poll, but we've seen some other polling that seems to echo or have some similar hints. Is the point then of these speeches opening the year, you know, what with these constituencies? What is he trying to do with these groups and these speeches?
Well, I think one thing is we are still ostensibly having a GOP primary, right? Whether or not Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are actually going to be able to challenge Donald Trump effectively, we're going to know in a week. But the reality is he's hiding a little bit behind a smokescreen for some voters of that GOP primary, because some GOP voters, some independents may think that there is some alternative that may emerge. I frankly think that DeSantis, Haley may keep it closer than we're thinking, and Donald Trump may have to deal with an issue of underperformance, even if he squeaks by and grabs the nomination. But once it turns to a heads-up match between Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump, that's when a lot of these issues that a lot of these key constituencies are focused on are going to be at the forefront. For reproductive rights, we've seen Democrats, independents turn out, even in ruby red states, to enshrine constitutional protections for abortion in their state constitutions. We've seen Donald Trump on the issue of immigration talk about migrants crossing our border, poisoning our blood. He's going to have a large deportation force. We've seen him talk about the shooting in Perry, Iowa, and say, well, look, we need to move on. And Joe Biden today in South Carolina saying, no, it's not something we can forget about. So once we get into the year of being able to stack up those issues and where the values are for each of those key constituencies, then I think they're going to have a much clearer choice between President Biden and Donald Trump.
You know, notably, polling may be slipping among black voters for President Biden, but it's not like majorities are jumping over to support President Trump, right? In the case of maybe younger voters or Latino voters, you are maybe seeing a little bit of that jump over to former President Trump, but not in the black community, right? So what does the president then need to do to persuade them? Because it sounds like he needs to persuade them just to actually vote, as opposed to just not vote.
Yeah, I think the reality is sometimes in a rematch when you have an incumbent president who's defeated the other guy and the other guy is coming back, we have to remind voters of what the actual stakes are. And the reality is, too, a lot of voters aren't focusing on the election right now. We're getting into this place, without getting too wonky, where you finally start to turn your polling from registered voters to likely voters, meaning who are the people who are going to actually make up the electorate, who are going to actually get out and vote. And to your point, it is very important to mobilize that base and to get people out to vote. I would say I think the timing for the president, particularly on the economy, as it looks like we're starting to turn the corner. Again, we're seeing record low unemployment, good coverage in healthcare, record small businesses starting, and finally starting to see some wages outpace inflation as inflation cools. It is a lot about timing. And it is a lot about getting key constituencies to tune into the election and to see the stakes. So a lot of the coalition that makes up the Democratic base, I think once we get 4 or 5 months into the year here, they're going to be seeing a different story of this election of, yes, it is not maybe Donald Trump or Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis and Joe Biden. It is Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And once that focus comes into clarity, it's easier to make a choice.
One of President Biden's biggest supporters, as we all know, is South Carolina Representative Jim Clyburn. And he went on a Sunday show this past weekend between the two speeches, and he made the case, right, specifically to black voters, saying that the president's found a way to forgive billions of dollars in student loan debt, despite the Supreme Court decision, appointed the first black woman to the Supreme Court bench, has appointed more black women to appellate courts than anyone, capped the cost of insulin. And the anchor then joked that Clyburn should be on the road for the president delivering the message. Is that what this is? Because we've heard that from this White House also, that people aren't getting the message. Is that it? Is it that people aren't getting the message, or is there something else people are also worried about?
I don't think it's necessarily that people aren't getting the message, but it's a good point because someone like Jim Clyburn is going to hit the road and deliver that message. I feel like for a while, strategists will say, well, it's early, but that is the reality. This campaign, it's going to be $1 billion effort of paid communications, of getting organizers to go door to door, of holding community meetings, of holding rallies like the president did at Valley Forge, at Mother Emanuel. And that then is the place where you're selling the president's record: 2.7 million jobs created, unemployment below 4% for 23 months in a row, record small business boom, 15 million applications coming in. That is when people start to tune in. And it's also when people like Representative Clyburn are going to be out there as surrogates selling the president's agenda. And I think you're just starting to see that ramp up now.
What about I think the president's age? I mean, look, he's not going to get any younger throughout the year, right? And I wonder, as you look at polling where people are saying they're not feeling it for whatever reason. I see what you're saying. You're saying it's still early, right? And the polling's going to change. We're going to be talking to different people, and it's going to shift. But what isn't going to shift is his age. In fact, he's only going to grow older, and that has been on the minds of voters even now, even throughout the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, age is an immutable characteristic, but I would say Donald Trump and Joe Biden would have gone to high school together. Right. It's not like we are electing or have a choice to elect a president in their 50s. It's a rematch between a guy who's 77 and a guy who's 80. So, I think there is that question. Ultimately, at the end of the day, a voter walking into a booth and saying, age is my determining factor on how I'm going to vote, it can't go for either clearly Donald Trump or Joe Biden. They're two people who are so close in age. There's not a big difference there. And the chasm between the policies proposed by those two candidates is a big issue. I think most elections, when you ask people about what they care about, what they go vote on, at the end of the day, it's not going to be age. Voters are forward-looking. They care about their future. So they do care about the policies that have been enacted and what the results have been from them, but they also care about where we're going as a country. And I think that's a lot of what you saw the president lay out in his speech is, again, coming back to the existential question of our democracy is, are America's better days ahead of it? And if the answer is yes, if the answer is securing American democracy, then Joe Biden has a really clear case to sell.
We've heard people throw it out there, right, this possibility of the president maybe not running, mostly due to the age question. But now a JP Morgan analyst wrote in their predictions for this year that the president won't end up running due to a health issue, saying the DNC would choose a candidate, which I don't think that's how it would work. But having a banking and investment analyst positing this possibility, what do you make of that? And does the whole conversation have new weight when you start hearing from people like that?
I just don't think it's credible. There's a lot of beltway banter about it. I think a lot of folks inside of DC, maybe at JP Morgan, this banker who's writing this have become obsessed with this question to the extent that it's just kind of navel gazing. It doesn't reflect reality. He's launched his reelection campaign. He is staffing up. He's holding campaign events. They are getting access to ballots. Ballot access deadlines have passed. Joe Biden's the nominee in 2024. And so I think that question is closed. Even if people continue to ask about it, which I think it will fade once this contrast between Trump and Biden comes into clear focus. But he's the nominee, period, and that's not going to change.
Okay, finally, there's reporting that former President Obama is worried that he told President Biden last month that he needs to get some more top-level campaign staff or empower those already in those positions. I'm not sure what to make of that. You're a campaign person, so maybe you get that more than I do. But it does sound like he's, I guess, expressing some concern. Does this matter, or as much as you, Tim, may love President Obama, would you tell him to please be quiet?
No, I mean, look, this is a very small club and group of people. They are presidents of the United States who are running for re-election. They have a close relationship. Joe Biden was Barack Obama's vice president. They seek each other's counsel. I don't think one line or one snippet out of a private meeting really means anything. The former president is going to be there to support Joe Biden in his reelection effort. He's a huge asset on the campaign trail. And we've seen a lot of action from the Biden campaign, adding people to their campaign, hiring staffs in battlegrounds, making sure that they have the organizing muscle that they've built through the DNC for a long period of time now, through his first 4 years. And I think that machine is starting to whir. The outreach is starting to happen, and we can have confidence that President Biden's going to run a strong reelection campaign.
Tim Hogan, Democratic strategist, and worked with the Hillary Clinton campaign and the Amy Klobuchar campaign. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks so much.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's obvious. The unthinkable continues. Most Americans know something very wrong is happening. People in charge keep telling you that everything's fine and to stop noticing. But you know better. That's why self-reliant folks are investing in emergency food storage. You should too. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, are the ones you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $200 on each 3-month food kit you purchase. My Patriot Supply also sells solar generators, gravity-powered water filters, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship that same day and arrive quickly on your doorstep in unmarked boxes. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. Time is running out to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No, it's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PASS for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PASS. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PASS for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PASS.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. That NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Don Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom Giordano noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
What's happening from the Fox News Rundown?
Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 9th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Former President Trump attends a hearing in a D.C. courtroom today regarding his claims of presidential immunity in an election subversion case. A decision is expected in the coming days. Hunter Biden's art dealer is scheduled to appear behind closed doors for a deposition this morning before a House Oversight Committee. It's part of an investigation into the Biden family business dealings. Republicans allege that Hunter Biden peddled influence using high-value art, despite him being a new artist. And Boeing CEO holds a company-wide safety meeting today at the Renton, Washington assembly plant, where the 737 MAX is built. Federal officials grounding 200 MAX 9 planes after a door blew out mid-flight Friday. I'm Sue Guzman in the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Dom time. Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'm not overly romanticized with things like statues, but I don't understand the obsession with wanting to yank down things.
If they try to take down the Billy Penn statue,
They're coming for that one then.
watch out.
What's the reasoning for this? Because he owned slaves?
Not inclusive enough. It's amazing to me is every time they go on these little crusades about inclusivity, you automatically create exclusivity.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to talk about my friends at Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. You've heard me talking about them nonstop, but now is the time to pay them a visit. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. If you're shopping for the perfect engagement ring, look no further. They have the top 5-star rating on Google with over 2,000 reviews. No one else comes close to that. Get the right ring. A ring from Family and Company Jewelers. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
WPHT. The Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets open later this morning, looking to bounce back from a slightly down week. Wall Street's worst since Halloween. The Dow lost nearly 0.6% last week, while the S&P 500 lost just over 1.5%, and the Nasdaq lost 3.25%. The indices were all up Friday after a stronger than expected jobs report. The Labor Department says there were 216,000 jobs created last month, more than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. The forecast had been for 170,000 new jobs. And on Sunday, China announced sanctions on 5 American defense-related companies in response to U.S. arms sales to Taiwan and U.S. sanctions on Chinese companies and individuals. However, those sanctions are mostly symbolic, since American defense companies normally don't sell to China. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
After the start of a new year, millions of Americans are making goals to live healthier. Whether it's losing weight, exercising more, or drinking less, improving your well-being is on people's minds right now. But healthier living is about more than resolutions and sticking to a diet. In a world that is divided and chaotic, it's also important to find calmness and address the anxiety and stress caused by everyday life. Ross Rayburn is the lead instructor of yoga and meditation for Peloton, and he believes the key to doing that is simply turning inward and learning the practice of introversion and self-exploration. Over the years, Ross has created an international following of students and fans that include professional athletes, politicians, CEOs, and TV personalities, and even me. But how does one become one of the world's most influential meditation and yoga instructors in the first place?
Basically from 2007 till 2018, I spent most of my time outside of the States. I taught a lot in Europe, a lot in Asia.
Ross Rayburn's new book is Turning Inward, The Practice of Introversion for a Calm, Joyful, Authentic Life.
I had made a niche for myself teaching, yoga therapeutics. It's biomechanics, basically, to help yoga teachers feel empowered when someone would walk in the room and say, my wrist hurts, or I've had a hip replacement, and wanted to help people know what to say. So that was my niche, to teach teacher trainings all around the country. And Peloton called when they started a yoga and meditation department and said, hey, would you be willing to come off the road and join the team? And it was, one of the best decisions I've ever made.
That was a leap.
It was a leap. It was a leap of faith. It turned out to be a fortuitous leap of faith, especially given, with the pandemic, obviously we didn't know at the time. It was such a massive honor to be able to hold that kind of space for so many people that I now hear about that, dealt with a lot of really intense things for that year and a half.
What was it like to go from teaching people in a room with you to being by yourself in a room, talking to a camera to try to get people to do the poses in your head that you used to be able to see them do, and now you have to talk them through it?
Boy, you really nailed it. It was challenging. I love challenges, so it was, in a way, it was like learning to teach all over again. I love beginner's mind, and it was forced beginner's mind to do exactly what you just said. I had the most wonderful experience. My meditation teacher, just a little background, I hated meditation. I did it. I was teaching it.
Why? Because you were fidgety?
I was fidgety. My mind goes wild when I close my eyes.
Sometimes you think, what's the point of this? I could be doing all my to-do list.
Exactly. All of that. But I knew I was supposed to be doing it. So therefore, I did it. And I was using other people's words and really felt like a fraud. And honestly was a fraud. And then
or more like imposter syndrome.
It was imposter syndrome. Okay. That's a much more elegant way to say it.
Yeah, you're not a fraud. We all are doing it at some level.
And I just know that my fear, I love people, I love to serve, and I want to be doing it authentically. So I luckily met a woman named Sally Kimpton, who just passed last year, and she's very much like Obi-Wan. She's more powerful now, I think, than she was before. She happened to be in New York when I started teaching on Peloton, and she came over for lunch, and she said, well, let's do one of your meditations, which was terrifying. That's
like asking me to watch myself on TV. Like, I'd rather crawl under the table and die. I can't do it.
With your teacher sitting next to you.
No, thank you.
And she, I think I say this in the book even, like in her sublime simplicity, turned to me afterward and said, just meditate. She had taught me how to enjoy meditation. She taught me that I was always doing it in other ways. I just didn't call it meditation. And that opened the door for me to understand it. And she said, just trust that if you drop in, if you do your thing, people will get it. And you don't need them to be in the room. You have to trust that you're just the guide. It's their what they have inside. This is why I called the book Turning Inward, because I don't teach you how to meditation. I don't teach you anything. I just give a little bit of advice of what you turn into for no cost, other than maybe a deep breath. You turn into your own wisdom, your own creativity, full stop.
In the book, you talk about that there's a teaching that there are 4 winds that send our mind out of the present moment: nostalgia, regret, anxiety, and hope. The reason I marked this in particular is because when I do have a few days off in a row, which is rare, but when we do get that, there comes a moment when I do feel like I can live fully in the present. And I find that serenity such a gift. And I feel like God gives you these little moments of serenity in your life. But when I read that nostalgia, regret, anxiety, and hope, I was like, that is it? That's it. And you talk about how to recognize that and to figure out a way to harness that to help you the best. Can you explain a little bit more?
Well, first of all, that is one of my favorite parts of the book. I often find whenever I talk about the book, if someone kind of makes a guttural, that's usually my signal that, oh, this worked, something landed. And I often get that when I talk about this, the 4 non-present states. First, I like to be very real, because so much of this can come across as woo-woo. And even though I go woo-woo a lot, I'm also a very, very, very normal person. I try to be. And the book is written for people like me who hated meditation, who don't think they can do it. It's a book that says, you're already doing it. You may not call it meditation, but it's already happening. We love binaries, and whenever we create a binary like present and non-present states, it's so easy to vilify the non-present. People lionize the present and vilify the non-present. So the first thing I like to do is to tear that binary down, and that's why at least 2 of those are positive: hopes or dreams versus anxieties, and nostalgia versus regret. All of them, to some degree, have appropriateness and place and value. So to put value in the non-present and put value in the present, and then just recognize, that's really the key. If you just simply recognize either during or after, I just had a moment of nostalgia, I just had a moment of regret, I just had a moment of presence, that's how you string them together, that's how they become habitual and have utility. And that's really what I care about, which is not the joy and peace and authenticity that comes from being present is great. But our capacity to then take that power of being present and use it to find a solution when everybody else is cursing the darkness, to speak less abrasively, more persuasively, to do all those things that we actually all want to do no matter who we are. That to me is what's cool about these 4 things.
One of the things that you write about is something that concerns a lot of people, and that is the polarization in the country from either political or cultural or ideological reasons. And this is a year where there's going to be a lot of that as a potential in 2024 in an election year, but I don't think that this is confined to election years anymore. This is happening constantly, and people don't necessarily want it in their lives, but it's there, they're aware of it, and they're concerned about it. What is your advice to people wanting to make sure they can keep calm and joyful even in an election year?
Well, certainly, I like to always joke, certain questions are above my pay grade. Our ability to navigate difficulty is part of what I do, or what I like to strive to do. I think my best advice is a little bit of a paradox, a little bit of a pushback on the question of discord, that difficulty is always bad. I don't know about you, but some of the most profound moments, the most actually even joyful growth moments in my life have come from pain and suffering. Sometimes I'll even say to people, if I could give you a pill like right now, Dana, if I give you a pill where you
it's
would
not
have...
the Joe Rogan podcast. But.
Where if you could have no more pain, no more suffering for the rest of your life, would you take it?
Good question.
What's your answer?
No.
And me too.
It's so interesting because I just finished a big sweeping novel yesterday. It was a big World War II. Oh my gosh, the pain and the agony that these people went through from Hungary who were conscripted into the service. And I told my husband, I'm never going to complain about something again. And I felt very heavy through the day. But if you don't ever have those feelings, you can't have the contrast.
Exactly. And listen, and I don't want to be cavalier about pain and suffering. My first bit of advice is step back from trying to have none of it, accept that it is a part of life. Here's the paradox. Looking inside is actually an aerial view. There is something, the nebulousness of looking within is kind of like my favorite word, perspicacity, is like the ability to rise above and see patterns from an eagle-eye view. And that has agency, in a time when we don't feel like we can necessarily, as individuals, do a lot. It's empowering, it has utility. And again, when you see patterns, you might be the person that comes up with the solution that no one else sees.
Well, the book is wonderful. I'm so glad we had the conversation and that we could bring it to so many people who listen to the Fox News Rundown. Perhaps we end, and I'm trying to find it here, and maybe I don't need to find it for you, but I was wondering if you want to provide the blessing here for our listeners. And do you know where it is in the book?
Yeah, it is. It's at the end of the epilogue. Here it is. May you always remember your true self as an infinite source of love and grace. May you always remember that it is your birthright to live your truth. May you always remember that the vicissitudes of the world can never extinguish your inner peace. And may you always remember that you are filled with the fortitude and the power to continually become more of who you already are.
That's beautiful. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you so much.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A Norristown woman is charged with homicide by vehicle while under the influence in a crash that killed her 14-month-old son. A Philadelphia man faces child endangerment charges after a 5-year-old boy accidentally shot himself in the leg in his care. And the Philadelphia School District is getting a big grant.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Get up to 15% off brand new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's up to 15% off new Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 350 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Are you a business owner in need of financing? Then you need Swish Funding, the better way to get the funding you need. Our simple application process takes just minutes with funding as soon as one business day. At Swish Funding, we focus on your business cash flow, not your personal credit score. And we're ready to help with funding from $5,000 to $5 million. If you've been in business for 1 year and have monthly revenue of at least $25,000, you could get the affordable funding you need with no collateral at SwishRadio.com. That's SWISH radio.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The White House revealing Monday that they and the Pentagon are reviewing why President Biden and other top officials were not informed for days about the recent hospitalization of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Florida Congressman Michael Waltz weighing in on Fox's Hannity.
We've got to get to the bottom of this, Sean. We're not going to let this go because this is, I think, just the tip of the iceberg of the incompetence that's in this White House and in this Pentagon, and we're all far more dangerous.
Some Republicans are demanding Austin's resignation. The Pentagon says he has no intention of stepping down. Michigan wins college football's national championship with a 34-13 victory over Washington.
It's intercepted by Sanderstill. Mikey Sanderstill has a couple of blockers. A convoy.
The Call on ESPN. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Michigan won its first college football national championship in 26 years. The Wolverines completed a perfect season by topping Washington 34-13. Donovan Edwards and Blake Corum each scored twice for Michigan. Memphis Grizzlies guard John Morant will undergo season-ending shoulder surgery. The Washington Commanders fired head coach Ron Rivera after 4 campaigns. Washington was 26-40-1 during Rivera's tenure. The Atlanta Falcons parted ways with coach Arthur Smith in 3 seasons. Smith went 21-30 in Atlanta, and Maple Leafs right wing William Nylander signed the largest contract in franchise history, 8 years, $92 million. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Today's media is ad-libs. You just use a different adjective or verb and you just write in the open blanks on the headline and the story and then repost the same crap over and over and over again. What does all this become? Sports it should be the playground of life. I don't care going to a stadium who I'm sitting next to. Far too many people now are trying to push a narrative that I should care who I'm sitting next to. I don't, because it's the game. We have that and a concert where I highly doubt people on the left or the right really listen to the lyrics that they find catchy in a song nowadays. That's about all you can do is a concert or a game. And for what some players have done off the field, if they're good on the field, by God, we're going to stand up and cheer. That's just what happens. Those are the only 2 places where you don't care. I hope we can keep it that way instead of covering a reaction to a shot of a fan in the stands. From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn they lost both legs, had a brain injury, or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to forthepeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right lawyer. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Kennedy,
what's on your mind?
So there's a new trend on TikTok. Maybe you've heard of it. The stay-at-home girlfriend. You're like, what is that? Well, it turns out it's the world's oldest trend. Like with every other Gen Z and millennial trend, this younger generation thinks that they invented something brand new, when actually it's good old-fashioned prostitution that's been around for millennia. The deal is hot young women move in with their boyfriends. They're not married. The guy pays for everything. And they brag about having a charmed influencer life as stay-at-home girlfriends. But here's the problem. Other than maybe scraping together a few nickels on OnlyFans or somehow monetizing their quote-unquote work, they pretty much are beholden to their boyfriends who have not yet put a ring on it. So what's the problem with that? Well, nothing if it's something that you engage in for just a couple of short years. But as the Wall Street Journal and New York Post have pointed out, it's very difficult to achieve your own financial independence, necessary independence, when someone else is paying all of your bills. Because if you're not married, if you're just shacking up, you have no legal recourse and no way of splitting any assets that have been acquired during your very informal union. Is that why you should be with someone? Because of the money? I mean, in my opinion, no, but I'm not one to live your life, and I certainly wouldn't want to live a life where I was seen as a disposable asset, a commodity, only to be discarded when my boyfriend got bored of me, when he came home and had absolutely nothing to talk to me about because my day is so vapid and boring. There's no man in the world who wants to sit around for 2 hours and listen to their girlfriend drone on and on about moisturizers when he's been at the office. Believe it or not, relationships are best when two people challenge each other and they both have work and interests that are similar and different from each other, so when they come together, they have something to talk about. Not just, hey, baby, can you give me some more money to pay my credit card? So if you're thinking about being a stay-at-home girlfriend, why don't you be a go-to-work lady boss and try and earn some of your own money, so when you do finally settle down with the man of your dreams, you will be your own dream girl because you will have secured your future so you can make all the choices you want on your own terms. Sure, it takes a lot more work, but in the end, you'll be a lot better off for it. Trust me and thank me when you have your own fat bank account. I'm Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-333-1750. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-333-1750. 800-333-1750 or biglou.com.
There's no better time than the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Promo code CLAY to save 25%. That's lifelock.com, promo code CLAY.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund is belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Absolutely loaded show today. We are packed yet again. We get on the air Monday. We say some things. Changes happen. People reverse. They go, hey, let's undo what we were going to do originally.
Are we taking a victory lap for that?
I think the whole station should.
Absolutely.
We crushed it. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Big storm coming in.
Uh-oh.
I got an email from my apartment complex saying, if you have anything on your deck, you might want to take it off. 40 to 60 mile an hour winds. We can't have anybody injured or any property damage. Move your chairs inside your apartment, dude.
What time is it supposed to start?
10.
2-ish?
No, 10.
10?
The rain begins about mid-morning, about
Okay.
10 o'clock this morning.
Big gusty winds, 40 to 60 miles an hour.
Fun.
Could disrupt my nap. Gregory, how are you?
Oh, God, just stop.
How are you, buddy?
Look, if you're watching right now on YouTube, I have the official Black Kayal and Company Free Speech Lives Here t-shirt on.
Nice.
It's a good look. Still looking for the black hoodie myself.
Enough.
How you doing other than that, pal?
I'm good.
Everything
Thank
good?
you. I'm good, yeah.
All right.
All good.
We have a lot of good things to get to today. Billy Penn, Fannie Willis, Donald Trump, Howard Stern, Joe Biden, and Michelle Obama is terrified. She can't sleep. She is petrified over the notion of Donald Trump.
I got to say this, that if ever I still don't think it's going to happen. But
the seed.
This planting of the seed makes me look over there like, Okay.
Yeah, give it a glimpse.
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
That bald guy with the beard was onto something months ago.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No. But
well, what are you going to do? Everybody's terrified about something. Some kids can't sleep because of climate change. What are you going to do?
Yep.
A lot of good things to get to today, but let's get to the news. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland at 6:03 on this Tuesday.
And good morning on this Tuesday morning, January 9th, 34 degrees. And we'll do a storm breakdown and let you know what's going on today. But many storm watches, warnings, flood warnings. The nasty weather begins. And I think we're still going to be talking about it tomorrow morning as well. We are sponsored this morning by First Harvest Credit Union. So much we're talking about in the news this morning. I'll get to that forecast in just a moment. But a pickup driver leading police on this high-speed chase through multiple neighborhoods in Philadelphia before ending in Delco last night. Saw the chopper searches, aerial footage of the pursuit showing that driver speeding through town after town, escaping several close calls with police. The driver was seen dangerously just blowing through red lights and weaving through a lot of intersections. So he eventually bailed out on Burbro Avenue, just off Westchester Pike in Upper Darby, got out of the vehicle, took off running. So officers say they closed in on him, took the man into custody. We still don't know what was going on here. Was this a stolen vehicle? Why did they go on this high-speed chase? Why did they want to pull over this individual in the first place? We know that he was taken into custody. We still don't have all the details on this one. So a little mystery going on there. We also have a measles alert.
Oh, no.
Another one. Yes, measles.
Oh, man.
Apparently, we have a lot of unvaccinated residents in the city of Philadelphia, and the number of people known to be infected, in other words, they've been tested with measles, the number is 8. According to the Philadelphia Health Department, they issued this warning yesterday afternoon. So they're tracking this. Is very unusual, and they haven't seen this in decades, where we have all of these measles cases. The first known case was identified with a patient who was admitted into Children's Hospital, and that was in December last month. And they say this was a child, because these are all children. This child was taken to daycare. And so the problem is they believe many more children.
Oh, geez.
Yes,
it spreads like wildfire at a daycare.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
90% highly infectious. 90%. If you've been around somebody with measles and you're not vaccinated, you're getting it.
How in this day and age are you not vaccinated for measles unless you come into this country and you're unvaccinated based on other countries' lack of vaccination standards, correct?
Well, that would be usually you can't get. I think it's a great point you make. Is it just a coincidence that we have an unprecedented number of folks coming into this country who nobody's checking their vaccination card?
In this country, when your child is born, you're absolutely there's no way around being not vaccinated for, would you say the measles?
Well,
or is it like a religious exemption or something like that?
Some people do, but that one in particular is the babies are about a year old.
Okay.
So that one, it's not a newborn.
Okay.
So that's the problem here. If there was a baby in that daycare who was, they would be at high risk, and that can be serious for that child.
So in theory, it could be an American who just at the 1 year mark of their child turning 1 just didn't go to get that vaccination then.
Could be.
Okay.
Could be, but were they exposed to adults? The reason we've cut it is because all the grown-ups have been vaccinated.
Right.
You know what I mean? So in other words, presumably there are a lot of adults who are not vaccinated. They gave it to a young child.
Right.
So that's the concern here. So 8 all of the hospitalizations or most of them are young kids.
Okay.
But they're putting out this alert. Please, if you have if you had an exemption, like you said, religious or otherwise, you want to watch this one. Because in other words, part of the reason we got this could be deadly for a little kid.
And when you do get vaccinated for the measles, you're done. You're never going to get the measles, I believe. I think it's like 100% effective.
Yeah, it's highly effective, and that's why we pretty much eradicated it until now.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of the COVID shot. Remember when Fauci said the virus dies with you once you're vaccinated?
Yes.
It provides a wall. Yeah.
Nick, I don't have the evidence for it. I thought it was curious that when they were putting this word out yesterday, they continually said, you don't need to show any ID or citizenship to get a free vaccine.
Oh.
And so that led me to why I'm thinking maybe this has something to do with the border crisis.
Gotcha. Could very well be.
That's my thinking process.
Yep.
I know we'll talk a lot about Independence National Historical Park withdrawing the review of that draft proposal we talked about yesterday to rehab Welcome Park in Philadelphia's Old City neighborhood, which of course included removing the William Penn statue. So we talked about it yesterday all day here on WPHT, and it looks like to me it was Cutler complaining about it. He went on the Dom show as well. We talked about it all morning. Then Governor Josh Shapiro put in a phone call to President Biden.
Yes, I saw Shapiro's tweet. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Yes.
He said, my team has been in contact with the Biden administration throughout the day to correct this decision. I'm pleased Welcome Park will remain the rightful home of this William Penn statue right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Penn founded.
Yeah, and I think, it really was, and the media is giving Governor Josh Shapiro, who looks very good in this, giving him credit front and center. But I will say Brian Cutler went on a media blitz, and I know I think he actually came in person to the Dom show, I believe, but he was speaking out by mid-afternoon. He talked to all the news outlets and so on. And so the House Representative leader, obviously Brian Cutler, he just said that this was essentially the epitome of woke, taking our history away, that it was just unacceptable. And so I think that he got, in essence, we started at 6 o'clock in the morning. I think all of us here, like you said, take a little victory lap because, in essence, it got the attention of the leaders that it needed to get the attention of, quite frankly.
Should we really give Shapiro credit, though? Because it seems like the only reason that this decision was stopped is because all of us and the public got wind of this and we became rightfully ticked off about it and, basically made them force their hand to reverse course, so to speak. So should Shapiro be getting any credit for this? Because if nobody says anything, it just goes down, right?
I will say this. I think that a lot of governors would have doubled down and would have said, nope.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he is, look.
And it takes somebody like him to get it done, right? So we can, on these airwaves, starting, as Dawn said, at 6 a.m. in the morning. By the way, if you're not listening from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., what are you doing?
We start at 6 a.m.
And by us bringing attention to it and by us, letting our listeners know what's happening, they put pressure on Shapiro. So we started the ball rolling and he finished it for us, which is great.
There you go.
I agree.
Okay.
Bipartisan efforts.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I want to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing and we won't be erased. We won't be Sylvania.
I think.
I see what you did there. Sylvania.
Instead of Pennsylvania.
I think the tipping point was when I said, where are homeless people going to urinate?
Yeah, that was no doubt about it. The light bulb went off and they were like, damn, that stalker guy.
Yep, he's correct. We cannot have bathroom inequity in, what's it called? It's not Love Park. What is it called? Welcome Park.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah.
In an effort to be more inclusive.
I don't even know where it is, but I'm like, yeah, they should not take that statue down.
I was there one time, and Dawn's right. It's very low energy.
Yeah.
By the way, tomorrow Trump expected to be in D.C. for arguments over his claim of presidential, or actually that's today. I have my timeline here. Sorry.
He's today, this morning.
He's expected
they're
to
hearing
be
the arguments.
for arguments over his claim of presidential immunity in his federal 2020 election. That's the Jack Smith case. But he's going to be in person. So he was in Iowa. Obviously, he's stumping. We're less than a week now to the caucus, but going back and forth. And then this Friday, by the way, I just want to point this out to you. Trump is planning to be in New York for the start of closing arguments in the civil fraud trial over his family business practices. That's with Judge Engoron.
Yes.
Engoron. I know. I have to be careful to say it properly in the newscast. All right. We've got a lot to talk about. I'm going to give you our sponsor first, and this is First Harvest Credit Union. Build stronger financial roots in 2024. With First Harvest Credit Union, enjoy flexible access to funds with growth savings account, earning as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Membership restrictions do apply, insured by NCUA. Real quick here, this storm looks pretty nasty. In all, 2 to 3 inches of rain. The problem here, it's a 1-2 punch. In other words, the rain starts in about 10 o'clock this morning and then goes all the way until tomorrow morning. And so the earth will be highly saturated. Then you combine with that extremely high winds, 55, 60 mile an hour winds moving through, especially at coastal areas. So the coastal flood watch is also in place as this powerful storm moves toward our area. The heaviest period of rain will be from tonight, from this afternoon into the night, overnight, with a high of 52. And it's this crazy pattern. We could see 60 degrees overnight. And so it's kind of a roller coaster. Tomorrow, lingering showers in the morning. Flooding threat continues with those gusty winds tomorrow morning. The early high of 52 degrees, but temperatures fall to the upper 40s in the afternoon. Thursday, we get a break. Sunny with a high of 50. Friday, increasing clouds, more rain by Friday night, 49 degrees. Then Saturday, the rain in the morning, but Saturday afternoon, the sun comes out, 56 degrees. So you see this roller coaster moving through. So as Nick Kayal started out today, make sure you take down the patio umbrellas if you haven't already.
I know. It's going to be fun coming into work tomorrow morning with 3 inches of rain.
Some flooded roads, no doubt.
Yep.
That's Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn. Thank you very much. 6:15 Tuesday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning. Biden goes back to basics. The more things change, the more they stay the same. If you had any doubts as to whether or not Joe Biden would run the same playbook back in 2024, well, you've received your answer. Last Friday, as we discussed yesterday in the Big Take in Bluebell, Joe Biden was animated and full of vigor as he claimed that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy and a dictator. As Biden spoke in Montgomery County on the eve of the 3-year anniversary of January 6th. And then just yesterday, Joe was in Charleston, South Carolina, at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, doing what he does best, lying and pandering. Now, why would he be at this church on a random Monday? Well, that's because this is where 9 congregants were killed in a white supremacist attack in 2015 in just an awful tragedy. And keep in mind, South Carolina catapulted Joe to the top of the 2020 Democratic primary, so it's no surprise that Joe went back to the well one more time. Friday, democracy and dictator. Monday, white supremacy and racism. All of this as Joe Biden has lost a whopping 24% of the black vote to Donald Trump. Biden carried 87% of the black vote in 2020, and less than 4 years later, he has only 63% support in the latest polls. But never forget, Joe was raised in the black church. In fact, he started a civil rights movement. Listen and watch this.
I was talking downstairs. I've spent more time in the Bethel AME Church in Wilmington, Delaware, than I have than most people I know, black or white, have spent in that church. Because that's why I started no, I'm serious. I started a civil rights movement. I used to go to 7:30 Mass, then I'd go to 10 o'clock service with the Reverend who was then running the church, is now the bishop. She's a bishop, and I'm told your bishop had been there before in South Africa. That's where he is right now. The point is that I've been blessed to worship here before as well.
And if you believe that, I'd like to tell you about how Donald Trump had a long career in the NFL and Bill Clinton's lifelong honoring of his wedding vows are a thing. Joe is a master of selling himself to the crowd that he's trying to convince. Some days he was raised in the black church. Other days, Joe was raised in the Jewish synagogues. Sometimes he was brought up in the Puerto Rican community. Joe's the ultimate chameleon, but it's clear as day as to what this administration is trying to do. They are trying to tell all of us that America is filled with hatred, racism, white supremacy, and evil, toxic masculinity. And they sure picked a hell of a spokesperson to deliver this falsehood, didn't they? Falsehood, you say. Yep, that's right. And we have the details. Not only is America not nearly as racist as Joe Biden claims, but neither are its institutions. And we have some facts for you to prove it and debunk baseless Joe yet again. Did you know that the criminal justice system is not biased? And did you know that the military is actually not operated by right-wing extremists? Yes, that's correct. Let's start with the criminal justice system. You know, the system that allows no cash bail these days and violent felons to be out on the streets when they shouldn't be. New research has found, contrary to what left-wing activists want people to think, there's no evidence of systemic racism in the criminal justice system. Stetson University researchers Christopher Ferguson and Sven Smith conducted a quantitative meta-analysis on the evidence based on the justice system and how it treats different races. And after adjusting for social class, they found there's no bias at all in U.S. courts. Their analysis covered 51 studies and revealed that neither class nor race biases for criminal adjudications for either violent or property crimes could be reliably detected. They also looked at drug crimes, finding that there were, quote, very small effects, but amounted to just a few percentage points, which could be as a result of weaknesses of past studies. That according to the National Review. Higher quality studies, by contrast, were, quote, less likely to produce results supportive of disparities. Unbiased studies consistently showed no evidence of bias, while those with citation bias towards the progressive interpretation of criminal justice, unsurprisingly, were more common, found amongst racism, and consistently produced higher effect sizes. The researchers' conclusions highlights that discussions of systemic racism are often misleading for such a nuanced issue. Now that we have cleared up the disinformation of the Biden information and Biden administration about the criminal justice system, let's do the same for the military. Do you recall about 2.5, 3 years ago, the mainstream media saying that the military was full of radical right-wing extremists? Well, if you forgot, listen and watch this.
These extreme views aren't new. They have existed within the military for a while.
Is Austin the right person to handle rooting out extremism from the military?
You know, he absolutely is. He does have a unique understanding of the challenges that we face here.
I think this is a major problem. This is something that the military, that Congress, that everyone in positions of power need to be looking at and investigating and taking very seriously.
According to Nikki Wentling of themilitarytimes.com, a study finds that troops do not have an extremism problem. Service members don't participate in violent extremism at higher rates than the rest of the U.S. population, but former troops do. And their involvement is growing, according to research published at the end of December. But according to the report, which was commissioned by the Defense Department, anecdotal accounts of service members being involved in violent extremism create a false impression that it's an outsized problem. Those accounts often fail to differentiate between current service members and former troops, a demographic found to participate in violent extremism at a higher rate. The review found no evidence that the number of violent extremists in the military is disproportionate to the number of violent extremists in the United States as a whole. See, this is what the Biden administration is all about. Absent of policy, absent of ideas, and really absent of successes to tout, this is all the Biden administration does. And this is helped and enhanced by the media. Basically, this is an exaggerated hoax. Why are Epstein names deemed innocent until proven guilty, yet American patriots are deemed guilty until proven not guilty? And the same double standard would apply to those in the criminal justice system. And why is nobody talking about the results of either of these studies? Well, because they found hardly nothing. But if they found what they claimed, well, then it would be wall-to-wall headline news coverage. The Biden administration doing what they do best. Last Friday in Bluebell and yesterday in Charleston, South Carolina. Democracy, dictatorship, racism, white supremacy, pander, lie, and divide America on the fear of other people that don't look like you or even don't think like you. It's back to basics we go with Joe, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, there's no doubt they're running the same playbook back in 2024. If you have thoughts and reactions, you can jump in 855-839-1210. The phone number 855-839-1210 at 1210 WPHT on social media. Or, of course, be a part of the show, as many of you love to do, in the comment section on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community today. We'll come back, get thoughts and reactions to that, as well as Donald Trump and Fani Willis. I don't know if this is grounds for disbarment or prosecutorial misconduct, but we have drama in Atlanta. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As good as the regular season is, there's nothing like NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 3 days. For these teams, it's win or go home. I'm on the Philadelphia Eagles on Monday night against Tampa at -2.5. FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. If you want to follow my picks, go to FanDuel right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg, where new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One call system to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One call.
You're right, I'm going to call Pennsylvania One call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. LIFE, or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Denis on Eagle Road in Havertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company, 6:30, live on a Tuesday morning. Good to have all of you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Thought it was very comical watching Joe yesterday in Charleston, South Carolina. Man, I'm telling you what, one of the abilities, and you can say this is a strength of his, or you could spot it a mile away and call him out for the fraud that he is. But I've never seen a guy that can be a chameleon like this guy. One day it's, I was raised in the Jewish church, the black church, the Puerto Rican community. Corn Pop was a bad dude. He's Scranton. He's Irish. He's this. He's that. He's Delaware. He was a football player. No matter what crowd you put Joe Biden in front of, he will, no matter how many times even mainstream media has debunked his stories or his exaggerations or his falsehoods and lies, he continues to roll them out. He really is one of those guys who's married to a playbook, so to speak, and he just doesn't ditch the playbook. And I think this time around, and you've heard that Michelle Obama is terrified that Trump could win this time around. Barack Obama also saying something to the effect yesterday, or excuse me, it wasn't Obama, it was a former senior advisor to Obama, saying basically that Joe is running Barack's playbook for a third time now, and he's not sure that it's going to work this time around based on the failures of the economy and some of the hyperbole and the exaggerations that he throws out there with white supremacy, racism, democracy, and dictatorship. They don't know that it's going to work this time around. But if you had any questions going into last Thursday, what Joe's campaign would look like in 24, I think we've seen it now the last 2 days. We saw it Friday in Bluebell. We saw it yesterday in Charleston. It's democracy, dictatorship. It's white supremacy and racism. And then the fifth one, of course, is abortion, which will be Kamala's little pet project to work on for the final year of this campaign. So I wasn't surprised by any of it yesterday, but it's such a desperate attempt that I think this time around, and I'm not saying that Joe won't win and that he is bound to lose, but I think there are less and less people this time around that are going to take the bait on what Joe is selling. It still might be enough to win, but I do think like the black community, 24% leaving on Joe, I think there's some truth to that so far. So,
yeah, we talked yesterday and you pointed out, about hope, thinking about a presidential candidate or any candidate, usually they have something positive to sell. Now, obviously it was a horrifying, commemorance, for this nut job who's welcomed into a black church and carries out this, it was a horrible crime.
Oh, of course.
And was widely condemned. And so there was part of me that just said, wow, this was a powerful moment. This is a community grieving. And the speech was, from a writer's standpoint, the way that they weaved through the grief, the pain, the issue of white supremacy. And then there was this line about, essentially alluding to Trump or MAGA or Republicans, however you want to look at that there is no hope and no choices. And I thought, wow, are people really going to buy this, that this nut job, whose name I'm not going to say, would go into a church full of beautiful people and souls and open fire? And really, that's what you think of your fellow Americans, a third or a half of the country?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And so that is so divisive and disturbing to me.
Yep. It's the complete opposite of what he claimed he would do. He was going to be the great uniter. He was going to bring America back together after 2020. He's done the complete opposite. And there's times where he does differentiate, where he says, oh, I do have friends and colleagues that I like and respect within the Republican Party, but I'm referring to the MAGA section or the MAGA wing. Now it's just, it's basically you're either with Joe Biden or you are a right-wing racist supremacist who believes in the upheaval of democracy and you want to vote for a dictator. Like, there's no middle ground with Joe Biden right now. You're either, as they say, you're either riding with Biden or you're part of the problem. And that's kind of the message that he has delivered the first 2 days. So if you had any questions, you got your answers.
What was so nauseating about yesterday's speech too in Charleston, South Carolina, in the church was just the pandering. And it's, you're right. I hope people can see right through it. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, the one thing I've noticed about Biden, and I said this yesterday about his Valley Forge speech, and I say that in quotations because it was actually in Bluebell. But when he wants to turn it on, he does.
Yes.
And there's something, I don't know, maybe it's the start of the new year, knowing that it's an election year. But the last couple of speeches that he's given, it's a different Joe.
By his standards, they are elevated.
So I don't know if that reset button has been hit because it's 2024, but there's something different about him. He's going after Trump a lot more. He's really kind of hammering home the democracy issue and the racism issue and all that other nonsense. So I don't know if this is just a preview of what's going to come, because I know it's an election year, but we're in January. So how's he going to be 6 months from now?
And you talk about the messaging. Well, it's, he's just attacking Trump. He's just attacking Trump. And we've talked, when we've broken down that these Republican GOP primaries, well, where does so-and-so stand on this issue? Even when we've talked about RFK Jr., like, okay, we know your stance on vaccines. We know you were denied Secret Service access and protection. And we know that you've been silenced and canceled and suppressed. But what are your thoughts on how you're going to fix the economy, the crime issue, the border? And then we've applied those same things to the Republicans. Okay, Chris Christie, he just wants to go after Trump and be the bully. And we've kind of figured out what everybody's little path and lane is. Well, where's Joe's messaging in an election year on how he's, quote, going to continue to fix the economy? And where's his message at the southern border? Where's his message on crime? Right now, 9 days into an election year, in the calendar year of 2024, it's just attacking Trump and throwing out words like democracy, dictatorship, white supremacy, and racism. So, if we're looking for substance and if we're fair about it, we've called out Republicans for, focusing too much on Trump or focusing too much on stuff that really doesn't matter, going after Hunter Biden and things like that. Where's Joe's message to actually fix the kitchen table issues in America right now? I would love to see where that is and when that comes rolling out.
Well, he's the incumbent president, so he's not going to say we need to fix this because it's under his watch that it happened.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So the only thing he can do is talk about democracy and this, that, and the other, because he has nothing, because he can't say, well, the economy is great and I'm going to keep it great. It's just, that's not how you run a campaign.
No, I get that. He tweeted, though. I want to see if I can pull this up. This was yesterday, I believe, or it might have been 2 days ago, where he says, talking about the economy. Here it is. This was 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, the 7th. He tweeted, I know that some prices are still too high for too many. I am doing everything in my power to lower costs, from energy bills and medicine to addressing hidden junk fee companies that try to rip you off. I won't stop fighting for American workers and American families. Boy, I tell you what, he's infatuated with the junk fee thing, isn't he? Of all the things that you can fix economically in this country to save people some money.
Well, that does unite us. Because junk fees are terrible.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about gas prices, grocery prices, the cost of heating and cooling your home, on down the list. And like junk fees is the second or third thing I mentioned there in his efforts to help make Americans feel less of a pinch every week when they get their paycheck. So just a fascinating conversation with Joe.
Robert Schwartz on the YouTube chat says, but nobody's buying it, and 6 months from now, people will be fed up with it more than they are now. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think that he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's hitting all the right bullet points, and he has kind of not done that over the last couple of years. And I think right now he is hammering home the democracy in danger issue. We have a lot of focus on January 6th. They're going to make abortion front and center. And if you don't think that pulls at heartstrings and that affects people, you are 100% mistaken.
Yeah. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in.
I want to say one thing, too, about it. I was going to do this in the cut sheet. Phil, if you can grab cut 10 here. He said this in the church yesterday, since we're on his speech in the church. He loves to talk about these stories about how, back in his day, white guys' homes are valued more than black guys' homes on the other side of the highway with the same builder and all that stuff. He said that yesterday. This is cut 10, Phil, go.
So a home owned by a black family on one side of a highway, built by the same builder on the other side of the highway, and a white guy living in it, the white guy's home is valued more than the black guy's. No, I know you know it. But guess what? That's how you build generational wealth.
I mean, that's just when you appraise a home.
Yeah.
We're like, well, we have to make this house 10% less because a black family lives here.
Right. Does that even factor into? That doesn't even factor into the equation in this day and age, right?
No.
Like you go to, I don't know, pick whatever community you live in the greater Philadelphia listening area that we're in. Yeah. Like you look at, square footage, how many bedrooms, how many baths, updated kitchen, basement, yard, fence, the whole bit. You assess it. Okay, this home is worth $525,000. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. It's owned by a black person. It's a $503,000. You got to take $22,000 off.
You think Zillow goes by and says in my neighborhood, there's people all built by the same builder in the 60s. The people across the street from me, a wonderful African American couple, their house is worth more than mine. You know why? Because it's bigger.
And they've upgraded and renovated. And they put an add-on.
It's just a ridiculous comparison.
I know.
And that is the reason I wanted to highlight that was because it's just the epitome of pandering.
Yes.
You're in a black church and be like, see, there's injustice and inequity everywhere, and only I can help you, and it's just nonsense.
It really is. All right, coming up next, Donald Trump in the news yet again, and it just goes to show you and highlight just how much of a vendetta some of these people in the justice system have for Donald J. Trump. We will delve into the latest allegations with Fanny the Fraud. That's coming up next on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 645. Welcome back in. Live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up 1 hour from now. Also, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, Dawn will kick off hour number 2 with some news. Howard Stern in the news. Also, some very, very wealthy people with predictions about Joe Biden coming up for the remainder of 2024. Also, some very interesting stuff that just came out yesterday when it comes to the top 100 broadcasts of the 2023 calendar year, and just how many were actually news and talk and political content. And that number has been declining the last couple of years. We'll get to those details and what that means. Also, Political Watchdog has laid out the amount and the ratio of late-night TV jokes that are aimed at conservatives. Surprise, surprise, it's a very high percentage. We will give you the details of all of the unfunny late-night shows and their attempts at humor at the expense of conservatives. That's coming up. But we need to call out Fanny the Fraud here because this bombshell comes down. I think this is around dinner time last night, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. And I'm not sure if this rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. I don't know if this jeopardizes the integrity of the case. I don't know if this is criminal. I don't know if this can lead to her being disbarred from the Bar Association in Georgia. But Fannie Willis, the prosecutor in Fulton County, has now been accused of hiring a man that she was in a romantic relationship with to prosecute Donald Trump and play a prominent role in the election interference case, a bombshell court document claims. So Trump co-defendant Michael Roman included these charges in his filing that Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis is accused of hiring a private lawyer that she was having adult relations with to prosecute Donald Trump. The bombshell allegations are included in a filing by Michael Roman, who is a former Trump campaign official who is accused of taking part in the fake electors scheme in Georgia. The public court filing, which seeks the dismissal of charges against him, alleges that Willis was in a personal relationship with private attorney Nathan Wade, who was paid more than $600,000 as a special prosecutor assisting her office's probe of Trump's election overturn effort. Now, the filing doesn't provide documentary proof of the allegations, but it states that sources close to both the special prosecutor and the district attorney have confirmed that they had an ongoing personal relationship. A Donald Trump co-defendant accuses Fani Willis of engaging in this personal relationship with an outside prosecutor who was hired with county funds. Dawn, we have seen this and we have heard this now many times where some of these elected officials like prosecutors or judges ran in their election efforts in part on bringing down Donald Trump. We've remember, I mean, we don't even talk about it anymore, but the first case that happened back in the early spring of last year was Alvin Bragg. We played you his clips. We've also played you others that have basically campaigned. I want to say it was on like the Breakfast Club show or maybe Charlemagne the God show where like, oh yeah, we're going to get Trump. And this was back in like 2020 or 2021. And now you just start to see this is just another nugget in the little cabinet of if you're storing things where you say, this doesn't seem to be a fair and objective rule of law prosecution. It seems like everybody has a skin in the game and something at stake here. And many people have said that Fani Willis, remember we played you those clips of those people outside of Fulton County. I think they were actually black supporters for Trump.
Yes.
Saying that Fani was a bit of a fraud.
Yes.
And that one guy who apparently ran for Senate in New York years and years ago, black guy that was out there supporting Trump, said that Fani Willis is, he had some choice words for her. It's like, you know what? A lot of this stuff, well, it's just what, apparently there's a lot of truth to this type of stuff. And you're spending well over six figures of government money that you're having a relationship with. So you can't say you're impartial and you're just following the facts and the rule of law here. This one really stinks to high hell, I got to tell you.
Yeah, it does. And when you to your point, and the one in Georgia is such a complex case. And so you have how many different defendants in that one? And that's just one of many cases across the country. Even this week before the Iowa caucus, so if you count the civil trial, which is technically out of the caucus because it's next Tuesday with, and that's the New York civil case,
yep.
That's with the E.G. Carroll case. There are actually three if you counted Tuesday within less than a week. I mean, it just feels like they're constantly trying to throw, rocks and boulders at this guy. And I just don't know. I don't know any business person, quite frankly, who would ever look at this whole thing and think, well, I think I'm going to run for president.
Right.
You can't say, look at every elected official and every politician who's become president. They all become rich. There's evidence, in fact, that Trump lost money. I know Ivanka and Jared have had some sweet business deals.
He's lost a good portion of his net worth.
But Trump has lost a good portion of his net worth.
Right.
I mean, so he had like a really good life. And you have to wonder, some people talk about Melania, and I know her mom is ailing and very ill and has been for weeks. But you have to wonder at some point, you're with your wife, you're with your husband, and you go, man, what were we thinking?
Was it really worth it?
And, yeah, right? Because I honest to God don't believe any of these are going anywhere. I don't. No matter what the result is, like 2 years from now, all of these things are going to go away. And much like, you know what it reminds me of locally? Kurt Weldon.
Okay.
Kurt Weldon was one of the most powerful Republican Delaware County congressmen right before a key election. The feds moved in, raided, accused him of all kinds of crazy Russia. I mean, all this crazy stuff. Never was charged. Took him down. took down his daughter who had just graduated college and pretty much ruined her life. Never a charge. It went on for years.
Right.
This reminds me, the case of Weldon reminds me of what's happening here. And I know that the problem is they look and they go, well, he should have, they give just enough that people bite. And so the question is, it's that old saying that, and there are famous sayings about this, you could drive down a street and if you wanted to target somebody, could you find something that you could charge them? Could you prove it? Maybe not.
Right.
That's what I do at some point. This is so overwhelming. And to your point about Fannie or whatever her name is, however you pronounce it, Fannie Willis, it just feels like it's this persecution that is so coordinated. And that's the real question here. Are they all talking amongst themselves, all these different individuals?
Well, remember, we laid out the timeline in the spring. I mean, every time there was something bad about Biden, the next indictment would drop. And it was 3 or 4 indictments in a row where when you looked at the date of the indictment that it was announced, it was either the day after something was bad for the Biden administration or the Biden family itself, or it was the first business day, because there was one that something dropped on a Friday and then it came out on Monday. And you just looked at it and you're like, are all of these different offices, and let's just call them all under the DOJ, and I know some are local municipalities and some are district attorneys, some are federal prosecutors, but you just have to wonder, it's like, did they all get together on a Zoom and just say, hey, here's the way we're going to go. We're going to start with low-key Alvin Bragg, and then we're going to work our way up to classified documents, to Atlanta, to Washington, D.C. And even if you just, and I know, like, Trump is so polarizing that it's hard to be objective when it comes to Trump. Nobody ever is out there, like, with no opinion on Donald Trump. You're either in one camp or the other. But anybody can object. Like, Jonathan Turley's, I think, a great guy to kind of follow with all of this. I mean, he's not a Trump supporter. He's not a Trump fan by any stretch. And he has laid out just the weakness behind all of these cases, where, to your point, you're right. Is there a little shred of something there? Sure. But then you try to go to the umpteenth degree and try testing all these untested legal theories. And it's almost like, are these prosecutors and judges and district attorneys, are they all willing to kind of throw away their professional integrity and their careers to make a name for themselves on a small little beacon of, oh, well, you might be, you're probably not going to get him for it, but there's just a little shred of it.
But I think, to your point, they know that they will be rewarded. And whatever they...
Oh, they're praised in the media.
Right? Well, but I mean monetary. They'll be taken care of. All of these people will be taken care of. They'll get these cush jobs and cush positions, and they'll be hooked up. And so I absolutely believe that. And that's actually a great follow-up, to follow these individuals who are like Alvin Bragg. What a freaking idiot.
Yeah.
This guy's an idiot.
Yeah, he tried the whole bootstrapping with the statute of limitations expired.
It's ridiculous, but watch, he will be rewarded.
Yeah.
And all of these people will be. And we have to be smarter than that. And the bottom line is, if they can do this to the president, somebody who was president of the United States of America, if they could do this to a congressman right before an election, right, then they can do it to anybody.
Well, and Trump has said that if they can do that to me, they can do that to you. And it's not just a precedent that they're setting to you, whoever you is out there. What they're saying is, we don't want any other billionaires or multimillionaires with political aspirations coming into our little venue, our little playground, especially if you are trying to, quote, drain the swamp, or you're a Republican. Now, they'll probably welcome somebody in that's a D, that wants to play by the rules and stick to the, what you're supposed to do in Washington and what what's taboo to do. And Trump does everything that's taboo. So he's been made, really what they've made him, and without killing him, is they've made him a martyr in many ways. I think a lot of people are viewing him that way as all these days go by, where it's like, it becomes more and more obvious. So if you guys have thoughts, you can jump in. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. After 4 years, it finally happened. The details coming up after Dawn's News. Hour 2, Kayal and Company, next on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of consumer cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret, we're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, get up, Philadelphia. Let's go. 7:01. We're already an hour in. It's Kayal and Company. Live here on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. It's going to be a lot of rain. It's going to be a lot of wind. It's going to be warm. Possibility we might have to go remote tomorrow and do the show from home. What if we can't make it in? Have we contemplated this?
It's a little bit of rain. I mean, it's a lot of rain.
It's a lot of rain.
Talking about?
Like, come on.
A lot of rain. 3 inches of rain. Heavy winds.
He's dying to do the show from home.
I know.
Got my
What is
studio
happening?
set up. It's never going to snow again. We've come to realize that. So we might as well, use our remote days for flash floods. Just try to plant the seed. I'm like Michelle Obama. I'm terrified. I can't sleep tonight.
This whole thing with the weather, and I don't know if it's pandemic or what, but even Saturday, everybody, even the President of the United States of America was supposed to be here Saturday, changed it for Friday, and everybody's, stay inside. Yeah. And my son could say, I go to my friend's house, and I said, yeah, sure.
Everybody's sick, too. Have you noticed that?
And my husband's like, you can't go out. I said,
yeah.
I drove him. We were fine. I drove him back and forth. Like, everything was fine.
Our buddy Harry Mays has had a cold for a month. I've had post-nasal drip for 3 weeks. By the way, Tony Bruno might not be able to join us tomorrow. He's a little sick, too.
Miss Robin actually took him to Cape Coral, like to the
Yeah.
Biggity big hospital there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, Bruno, he had to broadcast it and make a big spectacle. It was like Bruno Hospital Watch 2024.
Aw.
Robin's tweeting out the live update.
Miss Robin's like Wonder Woman taking care of him.
Yeah, I know.
But I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. So we'll see if Bruno's able to join us tomorrow. My guess is he will. He did the show with us last week when he was under the weather, so my guess is he'll battle through. All right, Cut Sheet's coming up at 7:45 this morning, and then we've got some news to get to when it comes to one man who thought he was never going to come down with it, but he finally caught it. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. 7:03, round number 2, the great Dawn Stenson.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the blind with storm watches and warnings galore this morning. I'll actually begin with that because it affects pretty much the entire region and the East Coast in general. But the flood watch goes into effect this afternoon, continuing through tomorrow afternoon. Hazardous weather outlooks in effect. And that starts this afternoon, not right now, but the powerful storm is sweeping through our region, bringing possible flooding and damaging winds. And that's the big headline here, that we have a 1-2 punch, as the National Weather Service is warning of. So it looks like 3 inches of rain within a time period of less than 12 hours. And we already have ground that is saturated. River, creek, and stream flooding are all possible. And, you think of last weekend, all that rain that we got, and then we have more rain, by the way, coming Friday night into Saturday morning. But the storm is going to bring these strong wind gusts. So we'll have the saturated ground and then up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so in particular for coastal areas, the coastal flood watch is in place as this powerful storm moves through the region. The heaviest period of rain looks like Tuesday evening tonight, this evening into tomorrow morning early. And then the rain maybe it'll be down to a drizzle when we come in, by the time we drive in tomorrow morning, but that high 52 degrees. And so we're going to see the lingering shower in tomorrow morning. Flooding threat continues with those gusty winds. After an early high tomorrow of 52, that's when we see, those wind gusts really bring the temperatures down because a new front moves in. So tomorrow when we leave work, so when we go into work, it'll be, 52, 53 degrees. When we leave, for example, it'll be in the 40s. And so this huge temperature drop. And so that's another thing to watch there and to take note of. Thursday, thank goodness, we get a nice little break on Thursday. Sunny, bright, sunny skies, a high of 50 degrees. Friday, earlier in the day, seems like it's a mild day. However, the clouds come in Friday evening, a high there of 49 degrees, but the rain moves in Friday night into Saturday morning. Saturday then, during the afternoon, the rain stops, the sun comes out, but then when we start to fall, the temperatures start to fall again. So it's this, kind of crazy up and down roller coaster pattern that we're going to see. Mm-hmm. But they want everybody to be prepared. You don't want to be driving in this thing tonight for sure.
No.
Because of all the flooding risk.
That's correct.
So I know that Governor Phil Murphy had declared a state of emergency ahead of this for those extra state funds.
Was Murphy projecting the forecasts like he's done in the past? I saw that kind of going viral yesterday.
Every storm, I think I don't know. At some point, I think he wanted to be a meteorologist.
Yeah.
New Jersey. He loves the...
You get great job security, right? I mean, you're wrong 73% of the time and you keep your job.
Yes, it's
remarkable.
So true. National Park Service, as we've been headlining, reversing course. And now they're saying that their proposal to remove William Penn's statue, and this was I'll call this the Little Willie. It was Willie Penn. It was the Little Willie statue, not the big one on City Hall, but we've been talking about the one in Welcome Park in Old City, which is like a miniature version of the big one atop City Hall. But this is in Welcome Park in Old City. So they withdrew the design, which originally was going to, ironically, they were working with the Native American history groups. That was really how this all began. It was not necessarily, they say, about William Penn, but they were going to remove that. And so, by the way, the Confederacy of Tribal Nations, they contend the site of the park was actually given to them in the 1700s. So this is an ownership battle. That's what part of this, they were negotiating with these tribal groups to say, well, we'll let you redesign it. And so, they're trying to negotiate this, but ultimately the area tribal nations, including from Delaware, say, hey, this is our land.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a whole other issue that I think we didn't fully realize on that one, but we've been talking about that one this morning. So they've reversed that and said, oh, it was just preliminary and maybe we should have run it through others. By the way, you can go online and you can give your take if you have some suggestions.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they want to hear that was how I think this whole thing started. They put out this thing and said, hey, we're going to do this fun thing. We're going to redo Welcome Park. And they put it out there. Gotcha. It wasn't even fully approved, and kapow. So we've got that going on. Nick Kayal, if you missed his big take, a great big take about Biden's latest speech at Mother Emanuel AME Church yesterday, and speaking about, the poison of racism in America. So we have all of that going on. Another measles alert, and this is a story that is making national news. Philadelphia has this outbreak of measles cases, and now confirmed 8 people confirmed here, but city health department officials believe there are many more, and they believe this could be the beginning of an outbreak. They want to put the word out. They want to nip this in the bud. So if you think you're sick, they're saying, stay away from others, get to a hospital, a doctor, and get the treatment there. But certainly you don't want to expose any more people. And they're putting out the words of daycare centers as well.
I got to tell you, daycare centers might be the dirtiest place on the planet. Is there anything worse than a daycare center?
I can attest to that. I can attest to that.
I mean, everything under the sun just manifests there and comes home to parents.
It's so true.
It's funny. About a month ago, we got the word that like some sort of stomach bug was going around our son's school. Yep. So I called my wife. I said, "Get him out of there right now. I cannot get the stomach bug.
Yep.
Take him home.
Yep.
He's going to stay home until this whole thing is done."
I remember vividly when our girls were at a little daycare place right before they were. This was even like before pre-K. It was like 3 or 4 years old. The stomach bug was going around, and I told Kristen the same thing because I legitimately cannot get the stomach bug because when I had real bad acid reflux 9 years ago, I had the Nissen fundoplication reflux surgery done, which like reinforces that valve in your stomach, and basically it shuts off. I can't throw up. I physically cannot throw up. So if I get the stomach bug, all I do is dry heave until I basically collapse.
You're like a dog.
Yeah.
Dogs.
I'm like Joe Biden falling off a bike. I topple.
Disgusting.
Dogs can't throw up, right?
Yeah. Can't. And so there's no way to relieve myself.
My gosh.
I just have to ride it out.
That's horrible.
I know. And I've had it 2 or 3 times.
I don't mean to laugh. It's just.
I do. It's kind of fun.
You know how your dog was.
Yeah, you ought to hear.
Can't.
If I get the stomach bug, you ought to hear me. You got to mic me up from my house. Yeah, it's like I'm watching an Eagles game.
Speaking of Eagles, poor Jalen Hurts. He's got that dangling
He'll be
finger.
fine.
And
yeah, they've been playing like they have a stomach bug.
By the way, did you see that Chad Ochocinco said that they're playing possum and that they're going to be just fine?
Good.
In the
who said
playoffs.
this?
Chad Ochocinco.
Oh, okay. No, he's an idiot.
He says the Eagles are just playing possum.
Yeah. Let's just lose 5 for the hell of it. We'll play rope-a-dope like Ali Frazier. Okay. Nice job, Chad.
We have new details emerging on pieces of Alaska Airlines, that plane that the pieces blew off.
It was found, right?
The one piece they found, they're looking for several parts. They found the one plug in a teacher's backyard in Oregon. Now they're looking for like this huge spring. But I didn't go into detail. I didn't know all the details yesterday morning as these passengers are. The details are crazy of what these people experienced when this plug blew off and people's earbuds were sucked out of their ears.
Right.
A teenager's shirt was like literally sucked off of his body. And they were saying, thank God everybody had basically their seatbelts on tightly because they thought they were going to die.
Well, essentially, the cabin loses all of
its compression,
in the pressure, And I watched the video because they showed it on the 5 yesterday. You know, the little oxygen masks, they all come flopping down out of the overhead. And the only question I have, and you see a little bit of the video, how high up were they in the process of landing when this happened, or were they at like the highest elevation possible? Because I can't imagine. I'm wondering how that plane survived if they were 30,000 feet up.
Well, this is where you want a really good pilot. You want a pilot who, for example, was in the military.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You hope to God, and they should really give that pilot and that team, that crew, credit.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was incredible that these people were saying just everything was being sucked out of that plane, and people were praying, I don't want to die. I mean, oh my God.
I'm wondering how long the total time duration was from when that plug blew until they were down safely. That's got to be. There's just probably no way you will ever experience anything more horrific in your life if you were on that flight. Like
No.
now you know, like literally, like what a near-death experience is.
Well, and that's just it. Will they ever fly again? My dad years ago was on a flight like that, and you can't get him to fly.
But that was like hitting Powerball twice. The odds of that happening.
Well,
but statistically, I mean, you're so much safer in the air than being on the ground in a vehicle.
What book is this? The World According to Garp, right? That's the plane flew into the house, so now you know we're safe. But part of so they now started inspecting all of these Boeing jets, and and multiple airlines have found loose bolts. So now it looks like as they get to the bottom of this thing, it's not just the plug, it's the bolts. They now believe that when that Alaska Airlines flight took off, the bolts may have already been off.
Oh.
And so that's the question. Were the bolts off? Nobody noticed. It just shows you how blessed. I mean, thank God they're alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now we have obviously this is impacting United Airlines, Alaska. There all these Boeing planes, all these inspections going on. So there are a lot of delays. So the point is, if you're flying out anywhere, you want to just call ahead, make sure everything's kosher. I know yesterday there were some delays because of this, and the NTSB obviously investigating. So there's a lot to it to report to you. All right, let me get to my sponsor really quick. I gave you the forecast, so be ready for the rain. We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind's e-commerce store, helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, much more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much.
I am woke, mother, and I love it.
And it finally happened to him yesterday after 4 years. The details next on Kayal and Company.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. Do not take for granted the rights in our democracy. It is not perfect, but we're moving toward a more perfect union. The good news is the majority of Americans have a positive hope that all will work for more national unity that will result in the strengthening of American democracy. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/goodnews today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. For years, I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime.
Kayal and Company, baby, 720. This segment brought to you by Wawa. Wawa has pizza. Get $5 off of pizza when you order in the Wawa app or on your favorite delivery app starting at 4 p.m. because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. The cut sheet coming up in just about 25 minutes. It took 4 years, but it has finally happened. Howard Stern has tested positive for the COVID-19 virus. This is news. This is phenomenal. And this is a guy who, remember, for 4 years, barely left his house. Howard Stern, this according to the New York Post as well as Outkick. Howard Stern has hunkered down in his basement for most of the past 4 years. Terrified of COVID-19. If you recall, Stern discussed an argument with his wife, Beth. It was over her decision to leave the house during the pandemic, which would increase the chances that she could bring COVID back to his secluded residence. Howard Stern said, quote, Beth has a bunch of plans. She has a wedding shower to go to and lunch to go to with a friend and a dinner and blah, 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 blah. But I can't get COVID, he said. In fact, Howard Stern said that COVID could legitimately kill him. But after 4 years, Howard Stern apparently missed an entire week of his once interesting, entertaining, thought-provoking, challenging to the establishment radio show. He was out for a whole week with COVID.
I got to say this. I never want to hear anybody ever again saying that Howard Stern is not relevant. If the fact that he made COVID made the New York Post shows how relevant he still is.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, he's not what I like anymore, but he's still relevant.
No, it's just funny to me how everything that guy does gets news, makes news. So like this whole idea that he's not relevant and nobody listens to it anymore, obviously do, because the New York Post and outlets like that still print stuff about him.
Yep, he said, quote, "Let's see if we can get through this show. We were supposed to be back last week. We weren't." Stern told his listeners on Monday, "I got COVID. I just want to announce something. COVID is really bad. You do not want COVID. OF." And I have to clean that up because he's able to say the bad words on satellite radio, and we are not. So Howard Stern, after 4 years, has finally tested positive for COVID. To my knowledge now, Stucker, you're the only one that's not had it, correct? You've never had COVID?
Dawn hasn't had it either.
And well, officially, I think that I had it.
Oh, here we go.
I know. I believe that. I believe. First of all, the low energy tests that they were providing.
She had it when everybody was dying from it, but she was asymptomatic. Come on.
I think I was asymptomatic.
Okay.
I do. And by the way,
your entire family were too, right?
I think so.
Okay.
And by the way, you said you recently had the flu for the first time.
I was tested for COVID because I went to the doctor.
Right, but I'm just saying, you said you had the flu for the first time recently.
Yeah.
I'll bet you've had the flu numerous times. You just were asymptomatic.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
You can have the flu and be asymptomatic.
Yeah.
Zioli's never had COVID.
So I'm the only one on the show that's had COVID.
Because you tested.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, I find it hard to believe that we could go almost 4 years with this stinking virus that's around, where you just, if you live like Howard Stern did everything humanly possible not to get COVID, he ultimately got it. Like, the point being, I just can't believe that somebody has not had COVID. Of course, you could be asymptomatic and not know you have it and be totally fine. But it's just like, to your point, it is pretty wild that this becomes news. And I bring that up because there's multiple stories with COVID that I want to hit on. Now, all of the virologists and scientists are a little concerned about the new fast-spreading COVID variant, which is not necessarily more transmissible, but they are saying it could be more deadly than the earlier versions. This is BA2.86, or the Parola mutation of Omicron, where a new study by Ohio State University, see, this is why Ohio State needed to beat Michigan and get into the playoffs, so they could focus on things that matter. But a new study by the Ohio State University found that BA2.86 can infect cells in the lower lung, and it can enter cell membranes more efficiently than other versions of Omicron. Dr. Sean Lu Lau, senior author of the study and professor of virology at Ohio State, said the findings are, quote, worrisome. So put that out there on your radar. I will call this the election variant because it's 2024, which leads me to the last story on COVID. And, luckily, we have not seen much of this in Philadelphia. To my knowledge, I think, Dawn, you had said, was it right before Christmas you had in the news that one of the health hospital networks was reinstalling mask mandates if you come, whether you're a visitor or a patient, correct?
Yeah, I think I actually had Mainline Health and then Cooper, and there are actually, I believe, 3 now that over, since we've come back.
Okay.
If I'm counting. I think 3 if you count Cooper University Hospital.
Okay, so we're seeing it, in some of the hospital settings and healthcare facilities. Not so much yet with schools, but give it time. Although I'm glad to be wrong, because I said between Thanksgiving and the New Year's, I would expect schools in big blue cities to reinstate these things for 5, 7, 10 days. Luckily, that has not happened to my knowledge. If there's a story out there, feel free to send it to us in the YouTube chat or on Twitter. We'll certainly make light of it. But apparently, St. Louis has now joined Los Angeles and New York and the Bay Area with reinstating mask mandates in various settings for various populations. Somehow, in the city of St. Louis, city employees for St. Louis now required to wear masks as of this past Friday. And in case there's any doubt about how purposefully ignorant and uninformed city leadership is, their justification for the new mandate is equally unbelievably inaccurate. The memo was sent to St. Louis city employees that they have now instituted the mask mandate in place for city employees in addition to a mask recommendation for all residents. According to the letter, the mandate is due to an increase in both flu cases, RSV positive tests, as well as increasing hospitalizations in the greater St. Louis area. Which is still really remarkable that some of these big cities, whether it's in city governments or in hospitals, and that's the thing that's most frustrating is if, a city government does it and they want to play politics and do the whole theater bit, okay, I disagree with it. I think it's a charade, but it's politics. That's what they do. Like the hospitals to still be going down this road when there are multiple studies out that have showed us that the masks simply just do not work. If in 2023, the Cochrane Library, one of the most well-respected institutions in evidence-based science, published a review of the studies on masking to prevent respiratory viruses, and they found, unsurprisingly, that there was no evidence whatsoever that masks are effective at stopping the flu, RSV, and or COVID. So it's amazing that there's studies out there that show they don't work. There's not studies out there that show they do work, yet we go back to this antiquated line of thinking of reinstating the masks. And I was just at my gym yesterday in my apartment complex, and there was a young boy. I don't know. I thought schools are back in session, right?
Yeah.
But this kid that had to be 15, he comes walking in, sees me on the treadmill. He's got a black KN95 mask on, immediately does an about face and walks over, because my gym is separated in a hallway where the cardio equipment, ellipticals, treadmills, the little spin cycle bikes are in one room and the free weights are in the other room. He does an about face after seeing me with a mask on and then goes into the weightlifting area to do whatever he was doing. And I was like, was that guy really bothered that there was another human being in the gym? I think there's still people that act like that.
I got to tell you, man, I've been like that forever, and it's not like I'm not afraid of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want I don't want people's germs. I don't want people's gyms are disgusting. People are sweating. It's just there's
which is
gross things coming off of them. I don't want to be next to you when you're grunting and sweating.
I'm fascinated by the fact that you're a germaphobe, but COVID doesn't bother you. That's an interesting so you just don't want to be
COVID
around.
doesn't bother me any more than the flu or a stomach bug.
Mm-hmm.
I had the same reaction when my son's school had a stomach bug going around that I would have had if it was COVID or the flu or anything.
Yeah.
I don't want to get anything.
Interesting.
But when you do, and that's why you're getting everything. Why? You have a toddler.
Yeah.
And so this is when you get sick. And so while your kid is, so now you're being exposed to things that you've never been exposed to or in a long time. And so it's building up your immune system and it's building up your kid's immune system.
Right.
So what we had was a big interruption.
Yeah, I know.
And I'll just, as far as the gyms, I'm going to say there was not in Philadelphia, but there was a gym that I know of that one of many that remained open. And I feel guilty to this day because my one son, they stayed open. They weren't supposed to. They did.
Mm-hmm.
And so we still talk about it because everybody was fine.
Yeah.
And that was when Governor Wolf, as well as Governor Phil Murphy, they were shutting everything down.
Yeah.
Now what we've learned from that, it was the worst thing we could have done.
Remember the plexiglass dividers between the treadmills? And then I remember my YMCA, they gave out spray bottles and rags for everybody. Wipe down your free weights and your treadmill.
Well, that's good to do anyway.
Yeah, but we realized that it does not do anything for COVID-19. Remember the restaurants were hell-bent on, the bus boys coming out and spraying down every table? It didn't result in anything. It was zero science behind any of that, so... just a fascinating story, which I don't think will ever go away. The gyms don't bother me. The only places that bother me are airports and casinos. Dirtiest places on earth. Every time I walk in there, I feel like I'll walk out with a cold.
I don't know. I just think it's important to wash your hands. The one thing I do, wash your hands afterwards. The one thing I will say, nobody misses, in church when you share peace, which I love when you share peace.
Peace be with you.
And we kiss or we'd hug each other. Everybody just gives the peace sign.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
Yeah?
That's nice.
Yeah? Peace.
Peace. You don't need to hug and kiss everybody.
Who's hugging and kissing?
A lot of people.
Yeah, the handshake in church was always a big thing.
That's why I don't go to church.
Stop. No, but I love that, but I just think that's a nice result. Same with you greet family and things like that. Nobody's kissing on the direct lips anymore.
Kissing on the direct lips.
What church are you going to? What weird church are you going to?
The Church of Epstein?
No, I'm conflating greeting family members.
Yeah.
They used to kiss right on the.
Well, you kiss your family members on the lips?
Well, not anymore.
Remember we broke down whether or not it was a violation for Tom Brady to kiss his son on the lips? Remember we discussed that last year?
That's my family, my entire family, and I would glob on this lip gloss.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, lip gloss.
No, yeah, that's not. You don't.
I'm telling you, my entire family does that.
No kissing on the lips. I know, Italians do it. I know, it's a thing. But I know.
My entire family. Right on the lips.
My in-laws used to give me a kiss, but then I told them I was voting for Trump. They haven't kissed me. What are you going to do? 855-839-1210. The number. Cut sheets coming up 7:45. Joe Biden, the Democrats, and a lot of top strategists saying it might not be a good idea to agree to a debate with Donald Trump. Does it make sense? We'll kick that around next on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call system to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
It pretty much hurt doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery, and then the knee is not yours, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Many investors spend a lifetime building their investment accounts. You can think of that as a retirement vessel, taking you through your retirement years. And you are the captain of your retirement vessel. But if your savings are tied up in traditional investments, you risk having that vessel commanded by the government or the banks. Due to the passage of the Dodd-Frank Act in 2010, investors' retirement savings may not be secure if their funds are sitting in a bank. In reality, banks big and small are sharks, capable of taking deadly bites of your retirement savings during a financial crisis. Rather than bailing out banks like in 2008 and 2009, the Dodd-Frank established a bail-in technique, which authorizes banks to use the depositors' funds to maintain its own solvency. Since the FDIC only insures up to $250,000 of a depositor's savings, amounts exceeding $250,000 in any bank are at a lethally high risk of being taken without ever being returned to keep that bank alive. Many depositors with struggling banks face the lethal risk of these sharks taking a deadly bite out of your retirement vessel. Find out the safe alternatives that are available to you and how you can maintain control of your retirement future by seeking out the knowledge of a retirement phase expert today.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 8 minutes here on a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. Also, just how skewed are the late night jokes on late night television? When it comes to targeting conservatives, we will give you that post-cut sheet this morning. But right now, dropping out or debating, that is a couple of the questions and the headlines that are out there this morning. I saw two things that I thought were pretty interesting. Number one, in regards to dropping out. This courtesy of the New York Post, as the headline reads, Joe Biden will drop out of the 2024 presidential race. So says a top strategist for J.P. Morgan. President Biden, according to this individual, will not run for re-election during a tumultuous year that will see parts of the country suffer rolling blackouts, the release of an inhaled COVID vaccine, and a boycott over driverless cars. That according to a top J.P. Morgan Chase strategist who gave his top 10 predictions for 2024. Michael Sembalest, who heads the market and investment strategy unit in the Wall Street Bank's asset management division of J.P. Morgan, gave his top 10 surprises for 2024 over the weekend. And tops amongst that was his prediction that 81-year-old Joe Biden will drop out of the race at some point between Super Tuesday and the November election, citing health concerns. As we know, Super Tuesday is the March 5th presidential primary, where we have primaries and caucuses that will be held throughout more than a dozen states in this country. So this individual is projecting that Joe will drop out. Now, he does not go on to say who he thinks will become the candidate. I have since, for the last about 6 weeks, have said that I do believe now that Joe will drop out at some point in 2024. We will see if that happens. But if he does not, Joe will have to face the dilemma or the question of whether or not he engages in a debate with presumably Donald Trump. And Democrat strategists and longtime advisors are wondering if that's even a good idea. And this is courtesy of The Hill, where Democratic lawmakers are not relishing the scenario. Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin says, quote, I would think twice about it. I have been physically present at one of Trump's debates with Hillary Clinton, and I watched him do outrageous things and say outrageous things. It's just an opportunity for him to display his extremism. At the same time, we acknowledge that voters' perception of Biden's age, he's 81 years old, is his biggest political liability. I would also argue his failures in office with policies and the economy is also a major liability. But James Carville has been very outspoken about Joe Biden and says it would be risky for Biden to face Trump, and it would look bad if the president ducked his opponent, creating this dilemma. He says, quote, there's damage if you don't debate. There's damage if you do, and you don't do well, he said. It's kind of expected of a presidential candidate. The lead strategist of former President Bill Clinton's 1992 campaign acknowledged that Biden's age is an issue, but warned that avoiding a debate with Trump would only put a brighter spotlight on it. Quote, not debating would certainly accentuate the age problem. It's obviously a decision that's going to be discussed and parsed and gone over with a fine-tooth comb. So let's get into this for a couple of minutes, because you've seen Trump. He has not debated, and I think rightfully so, against Republican primary challengers But Trump has said many times that he relishes the opportunity, and rightfully so, because I don't think, even if you took and bottled up whatever Joe was on Friday, and I'm saying that tongue in cheek, but if you took Biden's best performance so far in the last handful of months, you would say, from an energy standpoint, Joe probably looked at whatever Joe's A game is in his current state of affairs last Friday and yesterday, although yesterday was pretty low energy too. I mean, he was pandering, going back to the dated playbook, but he did have energy last Friday in Bluebell. If you roll Joe out in a debate against Donald Trump, and look, maybe, and we've certainly discussed this in the past where we've said with, debates where it was Mehmet Oz against John Fetterman. I mean, Oz obliterated Fetterman, but everybody had already made their minds up, right? So I would think the same is applicable here with Trump and Biden. Most people have made up their mind on where they stand with both guys and who they'll vote for. But I think it would be probably worse if they roll Joe out there. Because if they put him out there and Trump carves him up, which I fully anticipate happening. Look, is Trump what he was in 2016? No. But I've said I think Trump's still about 95% of what he once was. I think he will destroy Joe Biden in a debate. It might not matter as far as election results, but if I'm if I'm a James Carville, I am sitting here saying, I'm like, you know what? Keep doing what you're doing. I don't think we need to debate this guy. I think it could go terribly, terribly wrong for us. Let's minimize our chances of exposing the 81-year-old. My strategy would be not to debate Donald Trump if I'm a Democrat. You guys agree with that or no? Do you think it works more against him to duck Trump or to go out there and have a bad showing? Because I can't imagine any way, shape, or form that Joe goes out there and excels in that setting in his current state.
I think that at some point they would have to face off. And so the one who had the most to lose last time, and I'll point out to you that it was Chris Christie who helped with debate prep, was that abysmal debate where they were calling each other a clown, where Trump and Biden were calling each other clowns, and it became a shouting fest.
Yeah.
And it was just embarrassing, but ultimately it was Trump's to lose in that case.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the incumbent. And so now what happens? Is it whose debate, who has more to lose? And I would say that Trump has learned from that. And so Biden just has to look like he's not senile. The bar is low for Biden, quite frankly.
Of course.
As long as Biden looks like he's with it and he can carry a sentence and he just stays on point and does his memorized things, I think that he stays the course. So Trump has to try to, look presidential, bring up all of the issues, but in essence, try to knock Joe off.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
To a point where Joe shows that he is not with it.
Yeah, you just hack away at Joe and interrupt him. He loses his train of thought. He's dead. It's a completely derailed car.
But all the interruptions, remember last time what happened, the interruptions didn't look good for Trump. And ultimately, I think that Trump, because he was interrupting him, he actually allowed Biden to cover up the fact that if Trump had just let him go, if Trump had just let him talk on and on and on, he would have looked like a bumbling, senile person who's not in control of all of his faculties.
Yeah, which is accurate. Okay. There you go. James Carville. He's, I'll tell you what, I don't think James Carville's very optimistic about the Democrats. He's had some very accurate and not so flattering things to say that are truthful about the left right now.
He's one of those old school Democrats, though. So, like, you look at him, and I think he speaks for the majority of how Democrats actually feel, but he's not part of that woke progressive Democrat party. And he's been the most outspoken. And by the way, he's not a conservative by any means.
No.
He despises Republicans, but he's even though he's married to one.
Is he really?
Oh,
yeah. Mary
Matlin, right?
Yeah. he knows that if the Democrats keep going down that woke aisle, they're going to lose. And he's been saying that for a long time. But everybody, the new generation always looks at him like, okay, boomer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about. Who'd you help get elected? Bill Clinton?
Right.
That was like 30 years ago.
Carville's more of like a classic liberal, like a Bill Maher.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Bill Maher are simpatico on a lot of stuff.
Yep. All right, 7:46 Tuesday morning. Let's get to another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today and get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. We had this story yesterday that was planted in the Hill about Ron DeSantis dropping out by January 15th, right? Mustard, there we go.
Yep.
Because that'll be after the Iowa caucus.
Yep, 6 days from now.
He was asked about this over the weekend, and he says that it's categorically false.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what Ron DeSantis said about this report. Cut 3, Phil, go.
It's a lie, totally made up. And, when people, fabricate these anonymous sources and do it, why he's saying that is because he wants people to somehow think, why should I go in negative 20-degree weather to help? No, you should show up because, we're the one that can get the job done for this country. But that report is categorically false.
Yeah, the more you think about this, in this day and age of sources and weasels and people putting stuff out there that's misinformation, I mean, that could have came from Chris Christie's camp, Nikki Haley's camp, Vivek Ramaswamy's camp, the Trump campaign. I mean, that could have came from a variety of people that are looking to gain out of it. And look, DeSantis has been an abject failure as far as his campaign from really the day he officially launched. But I said yesterday I couldn't believe that he would be the first to go by the wayside, especially after getting the endorsement of the Iowa governor, Kim Reynolds.
He's going to go before Nikki Haley goes.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. But, I mean, a week from today, January 16th, can we really envision the headline that Ron DeSantis suspends his campaign?
Yes.
I don't see that. Not yet. Not yet. I do think it's going to happen, but not yet.
So what is he going to wait for? He's going to have a really bad showing in Iowa. Trump is going to run away with Iowa.
Well, how many we have? What, New Hampshire and South Carolina coming up in a matter of
the
New Hampshire. I'll give the dates. January 23rd is New Hampshire.
Yeah. Okay.
And then February 3rd is Super Tuesday, which includes South Carolina.
I mean, it's possible he could be gone by Valentine's Day. I'll go that far.
So they were a month off.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're saying these two sources are saying he's out right after Iowa. Like the next, if he doesn't win, he's done. I mean, there's a little bit of smoke to this because he has lost some of those big donors, and Nikki Haley's scooping up some of that money. But do I see it happening in January? I do not.
Excuse me, I have to correct that. The South Carolina Democratic primary is Saturday, February 3rd.
Which is why Joe's in Charleston yesterday.
And then the South Carolina Republican primary is Saturday, February 24th. Super Tuesday, obviously, is in March 2nd. Which is Idaho, Michigan,
okay.
Idaho, Michigan, Missouri, D.C., North Dakota, Alabama, Alaska, American Samoa, Arkansas, California, Colorado, etc.
So the first two are Iowa and New Hampshire, correct?
Mm-hmm.
For the Republicans.
Yes.
Nikki Haley is within single digits of Donald Trump in New Hampshire, which means Ron DeSantis is way far down. And Ron DeSantis is not going to have a good showing in Iowa because Trump is running away with Iowa.
That's
so
true.
where does it show to his donors that he is poised to be the Republican? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got to impress the money people that are bankrolling this and backing you. It's just, I'm still blown away by the concept of him bowing out before Super Tuesday. Like, I never would have thought that would happen. And he's the one I guess, there's something to the element of selectively choosing which polls you want to believe. Like, we all sit here and say take polls with a grain of salt. Is it possible that DeSantis could be accurate when he says, because he's really dismissed the polls, saying that there's a quiet group out there that is going to show up to support him?
Polls are wrong. We said that last week. All these polls are wrong.
I do think he bows out eventually. Just
a reflection of anything for 2024. That being said, I just don't see if there's anybody other than Trump that gets in, it's Nikki Haley and not Ron DeSantis. I'm just saying that right now. It's so there's no path for him.
I just think there's a stubborn there are some similarities with DeSantis and Trump, and I think DeSantis has a bit of that stubbornness like Trump does. So I just don't see him taking his ball and going home as early as some are projecting.
Yeah, but I think that he is DeSantis, for his part, he has youth on his side, right? I mean, the guy's in his early to mid 40s. Is he 44?
Yeah.
40. So he has a long career ahead of him. And so I think that he has to be prudent here. He has to be wise, and he has to think about the future. And he doesn't want, I know that Florida is not Super Tuesday, but it is later in February. And so I just think moving forward, he doesn't want to be embarrassed in his own state.
True.
Isn't it better to just get behind? And I think that he will get behind Trump ultimately. And because Trump is clearly the candidate, he's going to go with who he thinks is going to win, because that is the prudent. That's prudent, that's wisdom, and that's discipline. And I think that is DeSantis.
I'm telling you that they're going to, I believe that story is correct. Now that it's out there, they're going to say, well, we're not going to do it on that date. But I think he's out by the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
The end of January.
The end of January.
He's going to cut bait.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then the other piece that you mentioned that's significant is Michelle Obama. Because
we'll get to,
Oh, you're going to get to it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no.
Okay,
see what you're going to say.
Nick had brought it up, or I know earlier, but I think the Obamas are activated.
Yeah,
and
activated.
That's like such from my boys, like
She's
Transformers,
She's
the
correct.
Decepticons
Yep.
have been activated.
Yep.
And I was trying to look up some of the changes that we've seen with Biden. To me, because I love to look at speechwriters, and there's somebody new who is writing or coordinating his speeches.
Yeah.
These speeches, from a writing standpoint, whether or not you agree with the content, these speeches are well written and weaved in beautifully, and these are high quality speeches from a writing standpoint.
Yeah.
So the Obamas are involved. This is what the Democrats do. They come together, and for Michelle Obama to say what she said makes me think, ruh-roh, because I know we've talked about this for years, but if she did decide to run, and then they think about putting the Obamas back in the White House, I think that is concerning. I do not want to see that. Then I think I picture Trump debating her or talking about her, and I think, oh, please God, don't talk about her.
I've already said this. Forget whether or not I think she would run. I've been on record many times as saying she's a Republican's worst nightmare.
Yes.
If she runs, she will be the president of the United States. You can take that to the bank. I would empty my 401k out on it.
And part of it is because now you have Trump, who's very blunt. And so he's going to say things like, what have you done? What has she ever done? What is she actually? She's not proven. And then the other side, you know what they're going to say? Racist. Oh, right. That's what they're going to say. Even if he just is very good about and blunt about talking about her qualifications of what have you run?
Well, for
what
Democrats,
have you done?
They don't care. They don't care what you've done. They elected Fetterman, for God's sakes.
But this is a whole different level, right?
I know.
Because it's Michelle Obama.
Yep.
And she's popular. I mean, I like her on purpose. She's a mom and a wife and all like that. But man, this would be
She's got
disaster.
She's got a big following.
Yep.
Moving on to cut 4 here. Speaking of Michelle Obama, she was on some podcasts. I have no idea.
Because everybody's got a podcast.
And talking about the 2024 elections, she says, I am terrified about what could possibly happen. Possibly planting the seed. We will see. Cut 4, Phil, go.
The things that keep me up because you don't have control over them. Mm-hmm. And you wonder, where are we in this? Where are our hearts? What's going to happen in this next election? I am terrified about what could possibly happen because our leaders matter. Who we select, who speaks for us, who holds that bully pulpit. It affects us in ways that sometimes I think people take for granted.
There you go.
Well, she is right. Elections have consequences. There's no doubt about that. But the fact that she's sitting there selling the fear, terrified, she stays up at night as she's in one of her 14 different properties or on that yacht.
One of her
Greece.
mansions.
I mean, you talk about lining your pockets. The Obamas are so set financially, it's not funny. But yeah, she's selling the fear. It's right out of the same playbook that Biden has ripped a few pages out of Barack's binder. And there are people that are absolutely going to buy that. Is she planting to see? Look, all I've ever said, and I always get pushback. I mean, you guys give it to me. I get it on Twitter. All I said is that I believe there is a percentage chance that one day Michelle Obama runs. Now, what that percentage chance is, I don't know. It could be 0.1%. It could be 1/10 of 1%.
Yes.
I'm just saying it's not zero. That's all I know.
So you're saying there's a chance.
As Lloyd said in Dumb and Dumber, so you're saying there's a chance. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where Donald B. Smith won, writes, what about what Vivek said about Trump being a lame duck president? Do we need somebody who can go for the full 8 years?
Well, that's been DeSantis's rallying cry. We need more than one term to undo what Joe has done wrong.
No, because Trump comes in, he takes all the heat, and then his Veep is propped. They're queued up, and so now instead of 8, you're looking at 12.
Yeah,
how's that?
In a perfect world, it'd be great.
So let's go for 12.
Trump for 4, and then another.
That's
R
right,
for
baby.
8.
You guys are high. 12.
Which it'll never happen.
It never happen.
12, baby.
Yeah.
Watch SCOTUS overturn the abortion pill drug, and the GOP won't be in power for the rest of my lifetime. Nikki Haley had a town hall last night in Iowa with Fox News. And this was Bret Baier, and I guess that's Martha McCallum.
Yeah, it was.
She took shots at both DeSantis and Trump. She was asked by Bret Baier about raising the retirement age, because that was something that DeSantis claimed that she said. She said that she did not say that. So this was that little back and forth. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Governor DeSantis is hitting you for claiming the retirement age is, quote, way, way too low. He said, quote, I don't know why she's saying that. So are you saying that? Where do you stand?
I have never once said that.
Well, wait. In Bloomberg interview, you said anyone who says they'll leave America bankrupt, Social Security will go bankrupt, Medicare will, so we don't touch anyone's retirement. But go to people like my kids in their 20s and tell them the rules haven't changed. Change the retirement age to reflect life expectancy.
Yes, for those in their 20s. But I have never said retirement age is way too low for everyone else. I mean, he's totally misrepresenting the facts. That's what he's done. Ron continues to lie because he's losing. But the reality is, that is what I have always said, is America should keep her promises every time. But rather than saying you're not going to touch it like Ron says, we have to touch it. But we have to also be honest and over-communicate with those in their 20s that this is what we're going to do. But if we do this, we'll make sure you have something to go forward with. And it's also letting seniors and those in their 40s and 50s know, don't worry, we're not looking to touch yours. We're looking to actually save it so that you have something when your time comes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, at this rate, with the Biden economy, none of us are going to be able to retire for the entire duration of our lives. We're all going to work till we're 82 years old and drop over dead. So, it seemed like Brett was really ready to fact check her on that, and she kind of wiggled out of it by, saying, comparing 20-year-olds versus the older generation. For me, I've told you my plan. I mean, I'm going to do this job, for this show, for 25 years. I'm going to retire at 63. And I'm going to Florida, and you're never going to hear from me again.
Just like radio, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Can I just point something out about retirement? I don't really know. I'm not sure. I would have to listen back to that because this is where she's talking about they're not going to touch yours, and they're not going to touch yours because we're not going to touch yours. Was that a high quality explanation?
No.
To me, that's the problem sometimes. She goes into these bizarre rabbit holes like that, touching yours, and we're not going to touch them, and he said they're not going to. What?
Yeah, we got
to just say, look, number one, the economy right now, nobody's say what you just said.
Yeah.
Say right now, everybody should be worried.
You're right.
With this economy.
Yeah.
Number one, I'm going to fix the economy. Here's how. Number two, of course, that's absurd. I'm not going to mess with what people have earned and worked for their entire lives. She needs to say those things and speak in this way that's not so archaic.
Yeah. You're not going to touch yours, and I'm not going to touch mine, and you don't touch this, and I won't touch that.
Right?
Want to pound it.
I know, right?
And then do like a dry rub.
Like it's like a cooking show or MC Hammer. Can't touch this. I don't know. It was weird.
Ava on the YouTube chat writes, Nikki Haley is Mitt Romney in a dress.
You know what? I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that believe that comparison. There's a lot of people out there that I'm telling you are very much anti-Nikki right now. I know it's not reflective in the polls, but
she also went after Trump here. She says chaos follows Trump. You don't fix Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
And I told him then we needed a new generational leader. I told him then we needed to leave the negativity and the baggage behind. And I stand by that. Look, I think President Trump was the right president at the right time. I agree with a lot of his policies. But rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. And y'all know I'm right. Chaos follows him.
Y'all know.
And
that got an applause, by the way.
We can't be a country in disarray and the world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. We won't survive it. You don't fix Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. And not only that, we can't go through another nail-biter of an election. We can't. And if you look at the head-to-head polls, Trump, on a good day, might be up over Biden by 2 points. Wall Street Journal had him up by 4. I'm in every one of those same polls. I defeat Biden by 17 points. 17 points. Do you know what that means? That's more than the presidency. That's governorships, that's House, that's Senate, that's all the way down to school board. But more than that, you go in with a double-digit win over Biden in D.C., that's a mandate to get our out-of-control spending back on track. That's a mandate to make sure our kids are reading and get our education back to the basics. That's a mandate to secure our borders with no more excuses. And that's a mandate to bring law and order back to our country.
That was a great answer by her.
It
was a fabulous answer by her.
It was very good.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say is if I was one of those two moderators, Brett Baer or Martha McCallum, and this might come off as if you're defending Trump, but I think it's actually the reality of the situation. It's not necessarily, look, does Trump create some of the chaos himself? Absolutely. I mean, he's very polarizing. He says a lot of braggadocious stuff, no doubt. But the media creates a lot of this frenzy. And if Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy think that the media will be any less ambitious in creating chaos and drama around a Republican presidency and White House, they're sadly mistaken. Maybe they won't give the same sound bites, but she's in for the same battle and Vivek's in for the same battle as well.
Absolutely. And I thought, as she was saying that, chaos follows him. So he was untouchable prior to the pandemic. He was an untouchable. He was going to win the next election, slam dunk. He was untouchable, which is why a lot of people thought, hey, did somebody create the pandemic? Because, wow, you know, Trump had it in the bag. And so my follow-up to Nikki Haley at that point to say, okay, chaos follows him. Are you speaking of the pandemic? Because prior to the pandemic, he was certainly one of, if not the most successful president ever in our history for peace and prosperity. Then the pandemic hit. And then, yes, the chaos began. Fauci, who, by the way, was behind closed doors yesterday and will be today again, answering some questions. But so you're blaming Trump for the pandemic? You're blaming Trump for the fact that, Jim Acosta and the media just constantly, takes him on and constantly revs all of this up? So that's a fair follow-up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the media had him in his crosshairs the moment he decided to run as a Republican. And once they realized that, like, oh, man, this guy's coming in with a flamethrower, then all of a sudden it becomes wall-to-wall coverage of this radical guy named Donald Trump who all of a sudden wants to blow up the establishment, so to speak. So
yeah, radical guy, because he wanted to build a border wall, complete it. They wouldn't let him. So he said, well, let's look around at all these budgets. Yeah. And remember, he found all that money in the Pentagon. Well, they didn't want him messing with the Pentagon budgets. He started finding all this money, and with his power, he started doing things that others had not done before. You could argue that as he was looking at all of that like a business mogul would and starting to say, well, how can we move this money around to do things like border security? They did not want any piece of that.
Speaking of the wall, did you see him over the weekend talking about building the dome? They want to build the dome to prevent an invasion of a country.
Let me ask you guys a question. If you believe these polls, the polls that Nikki Haley just cited, and it is a nail biter between Trump and Biden, and this show, at least you, Nick, are on record saying I don't know if Trump can beat Biden.
Yep.
Do you think Nikki Haley could?
I think Trump, Haley, and DeSantis could beat Joe Biden.
Who has the best chance?
Trump.
I think it's Trump now. For the longest time on this show, I thought DeSantis was your best option because I thought Trump would be dead on arrival because so many people hate Trump. But now with all the prosecutions, I think Trump's chances are better.
So we don't believe the polls that show. So we believe the polls that show Trump up 30 points up in Iowa, but the ones that show Nikki Haley 17 points above Biden, we don't believe those?
I don't. Well, first of all, I take all of them with a grain of salt. The national polls, I really do take with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I just will say on my instinct, and just look at her last answer there. That answer was pretty weak, and she could have knocked that one out of the park. I think that she has no idea, and none of us have any idea what that's like to be the person, the nominee. I feel like the media, as well as the Democrats, this would be very dirty, and I think that she, in that realm, would be a political lightweight, and I think they would eat her alive.
To answer your question, Stalker, I think it's more accurate that if Trump were to beat Biden, it would be by a very, very small margin. I do not believe Nikki Haley would blow out Joe Biden. I think if Nikki Haley does beat Joe Biden, and I do think she could beat Joe Biden, as I said, but it would not be by this this massive landslide.
These days of blowout elections because of the Electoral College are there's never gonna be a blowout election again. There's just not. So the 17 points thing, you can take that with it what you will, but I just there's never going to be a blowout election again. So I don't think she could beat Biden by that much, but I do think she can beat Biden.
Yeah, I agree. I think she can. I think DeSantis could beat Biden even today. In a hypothetical scenario, if Nikki Haley and Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy all fell off the face of the earth and there was only Ron DeSantis left, I think DeSantis could beat Biden.
Speaking of Biden, we played some clips earlier from him at the Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. The speech started off around 12:30, and it started off with some protests. This is how that sounded. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Without the truth, there's no light. Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
If you really care about the lives lost here, then you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire!
Look at Joe's face. He's got no idea what's going on.
That's all right. That's all right.
Get it out of your system. Yeah, there you go. Couple of 24-year-old young progressive white kids.
Yes, that's yes, you're 100% right.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Joe looks like he just soiled himself.
You know what, Bob? I will just say the image of this. I don't remember a president at the pulpit, and I didn't really like that.
Yeah.
And I don't like this.
No.
This is their church.
This is in a black church.
It's in a church.
And you're
it's in
having
a Christian
white
church.
pro-Palestinian protests.
And these disrespectful individuals are in these people's church.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so.
And I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. And using all that I can to do that.
He handled that well.
I mean, think about where we are now. This is January 9th, October 7th, you had November 7th, December. I mean, we're over 3 months now since this, and these things are still going on. To my knowledge, I mean, I can only base it off of what I see on news media or news television and social media, but these protests, they haven't died off after 3 months. This is an issue for the Biden administration. It really is. And that right there is not a good look for Joe.
But he did handle it well. Ultimately, he got the applause. He handled himself. He's at a pulpit, and I was trying to look back. How many presidents? I know, here in Philadelphia, you'll have at the local level, even the state level, you'll have somebody who's allowed to go to someone's. That's a big deal, and so. I didn't like the look of all of that, but I felt ultimately he was quiet. He was respectful because he is in a church. And the way that he handled himself was, I thought, I don't know how better he could have handled that.
Yeah, in that moment, being interrupted the way he is, absolutely. I'm just saying from a big picture view that this has divided the Democrats. I mean, we've seen this with the squad members that have basically rebelled kind of against Joe for not doing enough, so to speak.
Mangle Mush on the YouTube chat says you can run Howdy Doody and beat Biden. That is really, really, really bad thinking. I'm just telling you, that is really bad thinking. He is not as unpopular as the polls show him.
Well, and because the Democrats always they do. They get it together.
Yes.
They plan.
If Trump is on the ballot, they will all rally around Biden.
And
I'm telling you.
And the GOP won't.
Yeah.
There will still be never Trumpers who will not rally around Trump because it's all about them. And that's the problem ultimately with the GOP is they're not going to come together and rally around their candidate.
I disagree with what you just said, Stalker, that Biden is not as unpopular as the polls show. I actually think he is every bit as unpopular, yet they still won't care because the alternative is Trump. So they'll be like, no, I hate Biden. He's awful. But you know what? It's better than Trump. That's the mindset out there. I think he's absolutely as unpopular. I've never met anybody that likes Joe Biden, ever.
But
I'm surrounded by Democrats.
But the Republicans and the Republicans, every one of them, need to get it together and say, you're not voting for Trump. You're voting for a better economy. Yeah. You're not voting for Trump. You're voting for peace and prosperity.
Use the mindset and rationale that the Democrats do. We're not voting for Joe. We're voting against Trump. We need to have more people on the Republican side that say, you know what? Okay, I get it. You don't like Trump because of this, or you don't like Trump because of that. Well, just vote for Trump because you're voting against the other guy because your 401k's gone to hell and gas and everything that we've talked about that's been a disaster. That's the sales pitch to the person out there that doesn't like Trump.
But I disagree in the sense that you have to say what you represent. And so the Republicans need to say, here's what we are for, okay? All the Democrats are talking about is they're talking about racism and scary stuff and what they're against. but what are they for? Because clearly they're not for peace in the world. They're not for a safe and secure border. Clearly they're not for more jobs. They're not for a better economy. They're not for a better retirement. They're not for a better America. We are. And so that's what you're voting for when you vote Republican. They need to have a message that's a positive energy message that talks about, here's what we're for. Here's what we will do for you, America. That's the message. It's really simple. And they have to constantly point out how the Democrats have been a disaster and a failure, and they have failed you, the American people.
To simplify it even more, I mean, if to vote Republican right now is just a vote for common sense. Men cannot become women. If you could, I'm going to steal a line from Tim Scott. Remember when Tim Scott launched his campaign? Commit a crime, go to jail. I mean, there's just some basic stuff out there that the Democratic Party, after being hijacked by the progressives, have gone completely against the grain with common sense. And you can lay them all out there, from the gender culture wars to the radicalization of our criminal justice system, where we just let people out of jail. We don't prosecute people. You just lay out some of these basic things on top of the economic factors, and you're like, oh, okay, I can get behind that. Because the reality is, I would say, who can't get behind that?
But people don't. I mean, we saw this in 2022. People don't vote on that stuff.
That's right.
They don't.
Sadly, you're right.
It's fun talking points, and we spend a lot of time on these shows debating them, but that's not what people vote on. So people vote on, yes, people vote on the economy, and the economy sucks right now. Yes. Agreed 100%. But you know what people also vote on? Emotions and what they think as is their rights being taken away, and maybe democracy be on the ballot. People vote on that stuff, and the Democrats have a very good, and I say good in quotation marks because I mean good for them. It's a good message that resonates with a lot of their base.
To Greg's point, and here's why I say what I say about what you need to say, what you are about, what are you for, what are you going to do? I learned a lot in the last election because I really believed that I know the candidates in Bucks County, Montgomery County, Delaware County, there were some great candidates, especially in Bucks, and especially that's CBSD, the Central Bucks School District, and that situation that happened. There were some fantastic candidates who had great ideas. But the message that the Democrats continued with is they want to ban this is what the Democrats got out front, and they defined all the Republicans as people. They want to ban your books. They want to bully kids who are different and who are LGBTQ plus, and they defined Republicans as that. The Republicans needed to get out front and need to do this now, and they needed, especially at the local level, to say, we're not for any bans. We're not for any bullying. That's where we could all agree. But we are for a conversation with the community for parental rights, for a conversation about appropriate curriculum. This is what we are for. We are for having a conversation about how the policies are going to affect your property taxes. They needed to get the word out, especially in Bucks County, and say, if you vote this group in, your property taxes are going up.
Yeah.
And right now, as I speak, just talk to anybody who lives in Delco who voted all Dem. Guess what? Look at their taxes right now.
Yeah.
They're all going up.
This we can all agree on, that protesters, no matter what the protesting is, that block traffic are awful human beings.
You damn right.
Well, this fed up driver physically removed. This happened in New York City.
All right.
He physically removed the Free Palestine protesters blocking off the bridge into Manhattan because he said he had to go see he had to go get his daughter in Brooklyn. And you can see he speaks, this man, by the way, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. By the way, if you're watching right now, please hit the like button. But you can see the frustration in this guy's face, and he speaks for every commuter right now who these people blocking traffic with their dumb causes that are not going to stop anything, and they're just pissing off commuters.
This is me in a nutshell right here.
This is cut 11, Phil. Go. Honking at him.
Yep.
saying, "Don't touch my car."
Traffic, idiots. Can't do that. That's against the law.
Yeah. My man's beard's missing a little bit, though, on the
Yeah.
side. That is a bad look.
Bro, I'm not gonna run you over. Get away from my car, bro.
Oh, he pushes him. Yeah.
Get away from my car! Bro, get away from my car. I have a daughter in Brooklyn! Get the out of the way! Run him over!
Don't you love?
I bet they moved out of the way now, huh?
The optics of this.
Yep.
He's an African American man, and these white woke idiots.
Yep. And he's driving a Honda. Is that a Ridgeline? No, that's the passport, or that's the Pilot.
With the New Jersey license plate.
That's
and he
the
finally,
SUV.
Yeah,
Good,
finally
good
gets
vehicle,
over,
by the way.
Finally gets over the bridge.
You can get one at Piazza Auto Group if you want. Piazza Honda right now. Yeah, that's a good job out of him, because now look, I don't really condone the putting your hands on another person.
They're blocking traffic, abso-freaking-lutely.
But he created enough fear for those people to get the heck out of the way. Because if he doesn't get out and do that, I think if he just keeps beeping and threatening that he's going to go through them, they probably don't move. But once he got out, my only issue with the whole situation is you got to either shave off the goatee or grow the beard in.
That's your issue with this?
He's missing, his cheeks are empty. It's bizarre. Good work out of him, though.
Somebody on the YouTube chat says this dude deserves the Medal of Freedom. I agree with that.
I do.
If this guy ran
for
for
him.
president, he'd win in a
right.
landslide. I said there won't be any landslides. He would win in a landslide.
My daughter's in Brooklyn.
By the way, if you were watching on YouTube, you could see the very back of his car seat. It looked like it had an American flag on it.
It did.
I don't know if you saw that.
In the driver's seat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I wonder if, because these people are public and you could track them down, I wonder if there could be a class action lawsuit against a group of these people because they've denied your constitutional rights.
Yep.
Of free movement.
Yep.
Right?
And I think that's the answer here, and I'm not a litigious person, but I do think you look at these people, they're going home to their home and the nice home in the burbs.
Yep.
And I just think they need to start class action lawsuits, say you violated our constitutional rights and you hindered our freedom, our right to get to where we needed to go, and sue them in a class action way just to make this stop.
What do you think maybe about all of the different law enforcement agencies collectively, whether it's at the local level or, at any level above local police? They all get together on some sort of joint conference and say, hey, moving forward, this is going to be the rule of thumb. Give it 30 minutes or whatever, but then eventually we have to have some sort of protocol to get these things out of the way.
Nick, I don't think we should give it a minute. I think that's another, you just made me think of that too, that a municipality has the right to say, look, we're down 1,000 police officers in Philadelphia. This cost us resources, and so we're billing all of you. You owe us, $333,000 because we had to call in other people from overtime, et cetera, to cover the shifts and so on and so forth. And so bill all of these people, sue all of these people. I'm sorry to say that, but I ultimately think that's the way to individually reach these people to say, you are creating a hazard and you can't do that.
by the way, good job, Phil. He froze the video on the gentleman, and the back of his seat, like the headrest, has an American flag. It looks like it's
a patch
on it.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So maybe he's a veteran.
Could be military, yeah.
And look, and for all the people that tuned over to see the video on YouTube, everybody's like, "Where's the video?" Just go back. Yeah. Just go back a few.
Yeah, can we go, Phil? Can we go back to that freeze frame one more time? You can see the
there it is.
The USA flag.
Yeah,
and there he's yelling.
He's yelling at him. Look, he displayed restraint because he didn't run him over. So he pushed him. So what?
I wonder if we get a follow-up where one of these protesters that files a lawsuit for being touched by the guy, though. Because, they're going to claim they're the victim.
Yeah.
Right? Well, then we know who they are.
Yeah.
So I would love to know who their identity so that we can sue them.
That's a good point.
So Jimmy Kimmel made his return to the airwaves last night, and he finally addressed the Aaron Rodgers thing a week later. Nothing like not wanting to disrupt. I don't know if I look. This is just me. This is the programmer in me. But if I am Jimmy Kimmel's producer, and the entire country is talking about me, I'm calling up the entire staff and be like, listen, I know we're on vacation. We're coming back on the air tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh,
and
absolutely.
We're going to address this, and we're going to.
You might be one of the 3 biggest stories in the country right now.
Exactly. And the fact that you have to wait a week later to hear from Jimmy Kimmel, just like, don't disrupt me on my vacation.
You know what, though? When you have no audience and your ratings suck,
True.
do you really want to rush back from vacation?
Well, the programmer in me would say, hey, you know, a way to get a ton of people tuning in to watch me is to hear what I'm going to say.
The programmer in me would have replaced Jimmy Kimmel by now.
Well, that's fair. That's All right, so this is him. He went on this is like a 7-minute diatribe he went on about it, but I only pulled like 90 seconds. He played the clip that we played of how this whole thing started when he last year, called out Aaron Rodgers for the Epstein list. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
He saw that, and maybe to retaliate, he decided to insinuate that I am a pedophile. This is how these nuts do it now. You don't like Trump, you're a pedophile. It's their go-to move, and it shows you how much they actually care about pedophilia. But here's the thing. I spent years doing sports. I've seen guys like him before. Aaron Rodgers has a very high opinion of himself. Because he had success on the football field, he believes himself to be an extraordinary being. He genuinely thinks that because God gave him the ability to throw a ball, he's smarter than everyone else. The idea that his brain is just average is unfathomable to him. We learned during COVID, somehow he knows more about science than scientists. A guy who went to community college, then got into Cal on a football scholarship and didn't graduate, someone who never spent a minute studying the human body, is an expert in the field of immunology. He just put on a magic helmet, and that G made him a genius. Aaron got 2 A's on his report card. They were both in the word Aaron, okay?
Wow.
Not a bad punchline, though. Not bad, I give him that.
That this hamster-brained man thinks he knows what the government is up to because he's a quarterback doing research on YouTube and listening to podcasts. I looked it up. This is actually a thing. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. In other words, Aaron Rodgers is too arrogant to know how ignorant he is. They let him host Jeopardy for 2 weeks. Now he knows everything. And by the way, I'm not one of those people who thinks athletes and members of the sports media should stick to talking about sports. I think Aaron Rodgers has the right to express any opinion he wants to, but saying someone is a pedophile is not an opinion, nor is it trash talk. Sorry, Pat McAfee. And as far as the, well, you say things about people all the time argument goes, yes, I do. It's not the same. It's not even close to the same. We say a lot of things on this show. We don't make up lies. In fact, we have a team of people who work very hard to sift through facts and reputable sources before I make a joke. And that's an important distinction, a joke about someone, even when that someone is Donald Trump, even a person who lies from the minute he wakes up until the minute he's smearing orange makeup on his My Pillow at night. Even he deserves that consideration. And we give it to him because the truth still matters. And when I do get something wrong, which happens on rare occasions, you know what I do? I apologize for it, which is what Aaron Rodgers should do, which is what a decent person would do, but I bet he won't. If he does, you know what I'll do? I'll accept his apology and move on. But he probably won't do that. My guess is he won't apologize.
Wow. So the 2 A's in Aaron was a pretty good punchline. But I do think Aaron Rodgers is pretty bright. I mean, you go to Cal Berkeley, you're not stupid. I think he was in community college or junior college football because he didn't have the scholarships that he wanted on the field. I don't know that it was necessarily academics. But Aaron Rodgers, to me, looks pretty bright because he was the guy that said, you know what, I'm not going to get the COVID shot. I am going to go about it differently because I'm young and I'm healthy and I don't need it. And that immediately made him a pariah to the mainstream media. He used to be relatively liked and loved by the mainstream. As far as the whole Epstein stuff goes, I mean, it's okay when, you know, or Jimmy Kimmel makes a tongue-in-cheek comment and smears somebody. But the second Rodgers does it, now I said this last week, that you can't just go out there and make the insinuation that somebody is linked to pedophilia with like, no credible sources. So that's part of the reason why Rogers is getting some pushback. But if I've been following this story accurately, Rogers is going to be on the McAfee show today to address the latest. So I'm assuming we'll have some sort of follow-up tomorrow.
Yeah, I look, it's an interesting back and forth, but like it's you can't from a programming standpoint, you can't claim things about people that aren't true. Now, he's a public figure, so the whole libel issue and slander issue is a harder barometer to prove because he's a public figure. Mm-hmm. But you still can't associate somebody's name with the Epstein stuff because of the baggage that comes with it now. Yeah. Because everybody just assumes you're a pedophile with that. And so look, it made for interesting TV. I'm sure the bosses at ESPN were not happy. But it made for interesting TV. And do I think Aaron Rodgers is going to come on the Pat McAfee show today and apologize? I do. I think he's going to come on and say that, it was a joke. I wasn't insinuating he was on it. I just said he was going to be, upset when it came out or something like that. Yeah. They took what I said out of context and move on. But I do think he's going to offer some sort of an apology.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. So speaking of the late night shows, I think Colbert is the least funny of the group. But man, the most unlikable's got to be Kimmel. And I've got a story that we'll get into with these late night shows and the conservative jokes and the ratio. But if you look at Colbert, Fallon, Kimmel, and whoever, am I missing another one? There's got to be others out there.
Colbert, Fallon, Kimmel. That's it.
I mean, I don't think Fallon's likable. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't think Fallon is funny, but I can see why people like him. He comes off innocent enough. The snide remark, like there's an arrogance to Kimmel that I just can't stand. I don't know.
Yeah, look, the problem with Kimmel is that he's like Howard Stern. He wants to pretend that the stuff that he did in his past never happened.
Right.
Whereas, look, what you should just say is like, hey, I was an edgy comedian. I did edgy things back then. Because of the time.
He did blackface, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of the time, it was more appropriate then than it is now, and I wouldn't do it in a 2023, 2024 lens. Like, but he pretends like the stuff that he did, like Howard Stern, he never actually did, which is just,
very above everything.
Yes, and when you have this like, well, now I can make jokes, and now I am a cool comedian at the cool kids table and everything like that. It's just not the same.
Yeah, you're right. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 1. Part 2 coming up an hour from now. We'll come back at Dawn's Big 3 at 8, and then Watchdog poll finds 81% of all political late-night show jokes are targeted at conservatives. We'll give you the details on each show as we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour after the Big 3, which is next on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hey, you can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or your shoulder. Just call QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief, and your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics makes it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments has arrived. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers treating tens of thousands of satisfied patients all across America and across our region. So many of you telling me that you used to suffer with that horrible back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or a past injury. And this is not some kind of a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that gets you moving again. Get your life back. Listen, it is non-surgical. So if this is the year that you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation and get it on the calendar today. Make the appointment. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. As we continue, it is a Tuesday morning on the verge of bad weather, on the verge of the 9 o'clock hour. 855-839-1210 to jump in the conversation. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube, as many of you like to do. A lot to get to, including I'm also seeing this. I guess she was on one of the Fox shows. I'm assuming Fox and Friends. Not that this really should matter, but Judge Judy has officially endorsed Nikki Haley to be the president of the United States of America.
Judge Judy?
Judge
kind of
Judy.
random.
Yes. So we've got Judge Janine, who probably is going to endorse Trump, and we've got Judge Judy, who is endorsing Nikki Haley. What other judge shows are on TV? Is Judge Mathis still on? Who's he going to endorse later today? So big tweet coming out from Fox News. The verdict is in. Why Judge Judy says Nikki Haley, the right person for the job. All right, let's get to some of the news. It's 8:40. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal & Company.
Sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. State of emergency declared ahead of this huge storm headed our way. National Weather Service has just issued now a high wind warning. So this is for Pennsylvania, across Berks, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Lancaster, Lehigh, Montgomery, Northampton, and Philadelphia counties, as well Delaware, Kent, Newcastle, and across South Jersey coastal areas. So these high winds expected, wind advisories, just warning everybody about this. And so they expire tomorrow. The high wind advisory, that expires tomorrow morning early, 2 a.m. As far as the coastal flood warning, that is in effect from from right about now through tomorrow, as well as these flood watches. So many alerts being put out here. And I want to just point out for the coastal flood warning that went into effect already this morning, Delaware, Lower Bucks, and Philadelphia in particular. So this reminds me of, remember the images when we had the floods here and there were people doing back dives off of the Vine Street Expressway overpasses? It'll be a little chilly for that, but I think that the concern here is the Schuylkill, the river, and obviously they've specifically put in Lower Bucks for this. So I just wanted to point that out to you. A lot of warnings.
Yeah.
And the rain continues through tomorrow morning. So high winds, a nasty storm moving through. Just want to give you the heads up.
You said the advisory ends at 2 a.m., so it's just in time for our 4 a.m. wake-up call.
Yeah, right? Great. So by the time we drive in, it might be drizzling when we drive in tomorrow early, but the bulk of this happens pretty quickly. The heaviest stuff is tonight.
Oh, it's good to see the sales reps are coming in, so they're not scared about it. They're showing up for their Tuesday meeting.
By the way, breaking news, Tim Kruger on YouTube chat says Paul Rubens has just endorsed Biden.
Okay, well, there we go. Pee Wee Herman's officially in on Joe.
Dun, 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 dun.
The joke is obviously that Pee Wee Herman is dead.
I know.
And a pervert, allegedly.
Yes, right.
The Pope calls...
You kind of got a raw deal, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Free Pee Wee. What was he doing?
What, you think Ruben's got a raw deal for rubbing one off in the theater?
Yeah, he was just he was expressing himself in the theater.
You want to pound it?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And then cookie
just
like a dry rub. I'll never live down that audio.
No,
Talking about a cookie.
Sorry, Don.
Everything is free game for my board.
So the Pope calls surrogate mothers deplorable. Pope Francis calling for a universal ban on surrogacy during a big speech in Vatican City. And he says that, I quote, "I deem deplorable the practice of so-called surrogate motherhood, which represents a grave violation of the dignity of the woman and the child based on the exploitation of situations of the mother's material needs. A child is always a gift," the Pope went on to say, "and never the basis of a commercial contract."
A child is also an expense.
Just gonna say that.
Greg almost spits up his coffee.
In what world is a child a gift?
Well, gifts do come with a price tag.
I'm just kidding. I love my son.
And by the way, Hillary Clinton, in related news, will be suing the Pope for using the word deplorable.
Right.
She has copyright on that.
She does.
Well, the Catholic Church has long opposed surrogacy as well as in vitro fertilization because the church says it depersonalizes conception and disposes of some embryos, which it argues is the equivalent to abortion. Advocates for surrogacy, and this has gone viral, a lot of people debating this one, but advocates point out that it provides a path to parenthood for those who've struggled to conceive, for couples struggling with infertility, but as well for same-sex couples.
Okay.
So the Pope diving right into this one, saying surrogate mothers deplorable.
All right.
Now, I know that in America, in different states, for example, California has been criticized. I did a big interview on this, where people from other countries will come here, pay American women to be a surrogate mother, and that way the baby is born American. And so these wealthy countries do this, and it's a contract, and they make a lot of money. So I know that there's an issue of maybe some kind of exploitation and money being made. I don't know that that's what the Pope is including in this. but there are some states in America that actually monitor this very carefully.
Okay.
Because of what's happening in California.
Sure.
So I thought I'd put that out to you. Number 3, I'm going to go through $1 billion for the headline, Yellow School Buses Go Green. So this is the Biden administration announcing that, in fact, we have the good old yellow school bus. And
I went to school on a school bus.
$1 billion for these school buses to become more energy efficient. The electric school buses officially got $1 billion yesterday.
I don't know about you, but I love the fumes that come out of a nice school bus when you're sitting there in traffic.
I got to say this, too. Like, we go through this, all of these hoops. We jump through all these hoops that now kids, basically have to be in car seats until they're 10 years old.
I know.
But yet, we throw on a yellow school bus. There's no seatbelts.
It is pretty remarkable.
It is the most dangerous vehicle on the road.
I know.
And we're like,
I love electric school buses.
and we're like, go to school, kids.
Yeah.
Don't worry. this might be drug addict that might be driving you.
Yeah.
With no seatbelts. It's
Right.
fine. It's all good.
I'm trying to think about, so we had there's probably 15 seats on a bus. You can fit 2. You got a minimum of probably 30 to 40 kids on a school bus.
A minimum, yeah.
Fully packed.
Yes.
No seatbelts, standing around, throwing soda cans, spitballs, the whole bit. Bobby goes from row 3 back to the back. Johnny comes from the back seat up to the front to punch somebody for being bullied. I mean, why do we not have legitimized? Forget this actual seat belts.
Yeah.
What about actual bucket seats where no, you sit in that seat, not just like a bench type row.
Yeah, if they're gonna do something, let's not worry about making the school buses green.
Yeah.
Let's make them safe.
Right.
That's all I'm saying is that we go through all these lanes for every car now has dual airbags, side airbags, back airbags.
Right.
There's 97 buckles that you can use, the anti-lock brakes, all of this stuff that stops. And, there's stuff in your rearview mirror that you can, that notifies you if a car's next to you. Yet we have these yellow school buses with God knows who driving them.
Right. Well, we know who's driving them.
I'm going to start kicking some serious ass.
and they're like death traps.
Yeah.
and they argue that seatbelts. I'm sorry, this is a very touchy subject for me.
This is great.
They argue that seatbelts, if you buckle kids in, it's a fire hazard because that 1967-year-old bus that you're driving around in might catch fire.
Hey, true story. Did you know in some school districts down in Tennessee, the bus drivers are responsible for the bus. They take it home with them.
Great.
In Pennsylvania, you have the big parking lot where the bus drivers park all the buses. They get back in their car and they go home. In Tennessee, you take your bus home with you.
Can you imagine? All right, here comes Joe. It's the school bus again.
Yeah, here comes Janine.
I can freaking smell it.
I mean, where do you park a school bus if you live in a normal residential neighborhood?
Yeah, on the street in your driveway. That's
can you
pretty.
imagine? Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine?
I mean, I've seen a few cops that get to take their police cruiser home.
Yep.
But the school bus thing is really staggering to me.
Who knew that my school? I love that. The school district of Philadelphia gets $8 million in the federal grant to double the size of its fleet of electric school buses. And this after the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency under the Biden administration announced a round of these competitive grants and where they're going to green up our vehicles. But remember, EPA's Clean School Bus program, which Kamala had touted, has awarded nearly $2 billion for 5,000 electric and low-emission buses. $2 billion for 5,000 buses. That's the word.
Oh my God, we're so worried about these dumb school buses being green.
This administration's initiatives are so butt backwards. It makes your head spin.
We are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Increase your spending power in 2024 with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Right now through January 31st, you earn 3% cash back on everything you buy. Just visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, the number if you want to jump in. Social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210. WPHT. So we have a lot of good things coming up for the duration of the show. A couple of things that we got to get to. We've got this one study that talks about life outside of the city being better for both your physical and mental health. Surprise, surprise. We'll delve into that. And then two unbelievable headlines. One from California, and also one of the most shocking stories I've ever seen written from an op-ed perspective in the New York Times, when it comes to a celebrity darling that the media can't get enough of.
Oh, I'm glad you're getting to this.
This is wild.
Yeah.
But we did hear from Jimmy Kimmel during the cut sheet with the Aaron Rodgers saga. So this is a good segue to wrap up the hour for a couple of minutes here. So the latest Media Research Center watchdog poll has come out, where they took a look at all of the late night shows that throw out political humor, and I'll use that in quotations because 99 out of 100 times they never really seem to be funny. But 81% of late night TV talk show jokes that were political in nature targeted conservatives in 2023. The Media Watchdog analyzed, and this is pretty remarkable, all of the 9,518 political jokes that were told between the 6 major daily late night shows. I didn't even realize there were 6. I mean, I named 3 for you about 15 minutes ago, and I couldn't even think of the other 3. And this ranges from January 3rd through December 22nd of 2023, and they found of the 9,500 plus political jokes, over 7,700 of them took aim at someone or something on the right side of the political spectrum. The shows that were analyzed were ABC News, ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live, Comedy Central's The Daily Show, NBC's Late Night with Seth Meyers, which I gotta believe is the lowest rated of all of them. I'm surprised that show's still around, to be honest. NBC's The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, CBS's The Late Show with Colbert, and The Late Show with James Corden until its cancellation in April. And breaking down the data, here are some of the takeaways. Of the 2,215 political jokes made on Jimmy Kimmel, 1,960, or 88%, were directed at conservatives. He was by far the most offensive and going on the attack against Republicans. Jimmy Kimmel roasted President Trump 762 times, whereas Joe Biden was on the receiving end of dingers 164 times. And how about this? He only made fun of Kamala Harris one single time. Well, I guess you really can't make jokes at Kamala Harris, who's really a walking punchline, when you had blackface years ago, because then you would be labeled racist, because then Jimmy Fallon, and then people would be able to say, well, see, Jimmy Kimmel has a history of this. Coming in second place was Colbert. Of the 1,918 conservative jokes, 1,655 were in the direction of conservatives, which was 86%. And then Colbert, of the 1,918 political jokes that he threw out, 1,655 were anti-conservative. Seth Meyers with 84%. The Daily Show with 78%. So on and on down the list. This brings me to this conclusion. Do we really need 6 late night TV talk shows, all of which are left, and they'll always be that way? But is there really a market for 6 of them? We've talked about the declining ratings. I mean, Greg, you've given us numerous stories and emails in the past with show content where we talk about the death of late night. I mean, is it me, or is it way oversaturated for a market that's really, it's become...
Yeah, it 100% is, but obviously it makes money for the network. So
do they not even care about the ratings then? Is it just about, well, if it's profitable, we'll keep it around?
It's a new barometer that they don't care about the ratings. They care more about the social clicks.
Yeah.
Because nobody, very few people are up watching it. You know what I mean? So they look more at, trying to make stuff go viral.
Like YouTube clips and TikTok and Twitter.
All of that stuff. That's really where the majority of what they do, what they care about.
Plus, I've got to imagine, and maybe this is a little in the weeds, but if it is, I apologize. I've noticed whether it's NBC, they want you to stream it on Peacock. If it's CBS, stream it on Paramount. Like us. I mean, 1210 WPHT, stream us on the Odyssey app.
Yep.
It's always about driving to the app, which I'm wondering if they realize that they don't even care about the actual broadcast rating.
They don't.
To your point, it's digital plus they're streaming.
And it's enough of a name, like Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, Colbert are enough of a name that an advertiser would be like, well, yeah, I mean, that's their late night show. So, yes, I would want... So yeah, like, there's enough cachet still around it that advertisers still look at it and be like, yeah, that's a demo I might want to reach. So,
speaking of streaming services, by the way, a lot of people are outraged about the NFL playoffs this weekend.
Yeah.
Saturday night, the 8 o'clock game is the Chiefs and Dolphins, only on Peacock.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have the streaming service, you will not be able to watch an NFL playoff game.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
Is it on the Red Zone?
No.
Oh.
Red Zone's done after the regular season.
Do you have Peacock?
We do.
I do.
Okay.
We have
I
all
do.
that.
Yeah. I'm going to have to reevaluate all these streaming services, by the way. Time to cut those cords, too, I think.
But the Red Zone...
I don't use it.
The Red Zone's worth it.
Oh, the Red Zone's absolutely worth it.
That guy's amazing.
Oh,
he
Scott Hansen.
Yes.
Yeah, he's great.
It's unbelievable how he flips back and forth.
You talk about corporate greed. Like, you're going to charge Americans to sign up to watch an NFL playoff game?
It's coming. I'm telling you, in our lifetime, we will see the Super Bowl as like a
pay-per-view
I
type event.
agree.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it's just. I mean, look, the NFL's. They want to make money.
Yeah, capital. But the NFL just prints money between the TV contracts and everything else. Now they're going to charge you to watch a playoff game on a Saturday night in January when there's nothing to do.
Well, I mean, think about you used to have to get DirecTV now to get the NFL Sunday ticket. Now
you go to a bar.
Now
all the bars are going to have it.
Now you can go to YouTube.
Well, that's if the bar is paying for Peacock.
They are going to.
Now it's YouTube TV, which means you need the streaming service in order to get it.
Yeah.
So they're already in it for, they don't care about the consumer.
No.
They just want to make money. You know what I mean?
All right, final hour is coming up next, 855-839-1210. Two amazing headlines, one in California, one an op-ed from the New York Times. Where do you hear these mind-numbing stories? Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour next.
Medication?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. Dedication?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month. a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
She saw the look in his eyes. She knew better.
9 o'clock hour underway Tuesday morning. Kayal and Company. This segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up? Well, if so, Tommy D's Home Improvement Centers is your go-to quality kitchen for cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website at TommyD's.com. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on the show, which is exactly what Joe is doing as he joins us this morning from central Pennsylvania. He's got some thoughts on what Greg had to say about school buses. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm on a driving snowstorm on Interstate 80 in Center County, Pennsylvania right now. So It's not raining, it's snowing.
Okay.
Anyway, the roads are covered, and it's pretty ugly. Anyway, I got to jump on Stalker because he got everything wrong. For 16 years, I've been a motor coach driver and a bus driver. He knows nothing about the school buses and about the safety of them. They're not drug addicts. They're tested more than any other people in the driving industry. You need to go through 2 physicals in the state of Pennsylvania. The state police inspect the school buses every year. They can't be more than a certain date old, so they're not 67 rat traps. And the biggest thing is about the seatbelts is the biggest thing about the seatbelts is how would you like to unbuckle 33-year-old, 5-year-old kids when the bus gets in an accident? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
How are you going to get them out in time? That's why they put a cutter. They put a cutting device.
Well, Joe, what do you do? Joe, but what do you do when you get into an accident and they're not seatbelt to begin with?
Well, most of the driving for school buses are less than 10 miles. They don't go 60 miles an hour, so the accidents are not. You got to look at the statistics of it. Trying to get a student out of a school bus when they're screaming and carrying on with seatbelts on, and you're trying to keep everybody on calm, is way more dangerous than them trying to be in a seatbelt in a minor accident.
Let me just say this.
Kicking some serious ass.
Let me just say this, Joe, that I appreciate your call. My uncle
driving through a snowstorm to call you.
My uncle was a school bus driver, so like I understand what you're saying. I was kind of making a joke about that. All I'm saying is that the people that drove me when I was in school
had a flask.
Were like the one guy, God love him, but like he had to be 80 years old. Yeah. Like, I just don't know. I don't know what kind of screening is happening. That's all I'm saying.
That's the remarkable thing for me with school bus drivers. It's one thing to me if you decide to do it because that's like a full-time job for you, or that's the job that you can get in your, 30, 40, 50. I've always been amazed by those that are in the retirement community that have retired from their full-time profession that have decided to just pick up some side work. I mean, I'm just telling you the way I would be. The last thing I would want to do at 72 years old in year 6 of my retirement or something is, I got to fill up a couple hours of the day. I'm going to drive a bus. The last thing I would want to do is be around young punks at 72 years old in my retirement.
No, I get it. I understand that obviously he was a bus driver or knows a bus driver or something, maybe fixed school buses or something, so he was not happy with what I had to say. But all I'm saying is that in the grand scheme of motor vehicle safety, I'm sure the statistics, yes, because they don't go that fast and they don't go that far. Right. But in the grand scheme of motor vehicle safety, where we literally make our cars as safe as we possibly can with every living thing, or electronic thing, school buses have not, stepped up.
Yeah.
But this whole idea to spend, if you do the math, $2 billion for 5,000 buses across the country with the Biden administration, $400,000 a bus. So now Philadelphia is going to get all this money for buses when, in fact, they don't provide any transportation for high school kids who have to take SEPTA. We know how safe that is. If you want to talk about safety.
Right.
So it's ridiculous. It's crazy. They should actually farm it out, quite frankly. I mean, you could hire basically personal Uber service for every school kid for less money than they're paying on these ridiculous buses. And by the way, you have to maintain them, charge them. It's crazy.
We should do a poll question. What would you rather your child take to school, SEPTA or a school bus without seatbelts? I'd be willing to bet 90% would say the school bus without seatbelts over SEPTA.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They could pick them up. But seriously, why not farm this out? Why do we have to have these big, inefficient buses?
Yeah.
If you hired like an Uber, obviously Uber drivers would have to be the same type of people as the school bus. They'd have to go through their clearances and whatever. That might actually be an innovative idea that would keep kids safer, especially in neighborhoods where even walking and standing on the school bus with the gunfire issue, might be safer.
Yeah. My daughters have gotten obsessed with being dropped off at school by Kristen now because our school is like 7 blocks away. So they no longer take the bus and they want her to drop them off. Yeah. And then the parent, and I had to do that for a little bit towards the end of August 2022 before I moved up here. I'm telling you, that is something that I think, and maybe I'm just on edge, but that's the type of stuff that drives me nuts. The parent pickup line. It is a nightmare getting in and out of some of these schools. You got the crossing guard out in the street. He's got traffic blocked 3 different ways. He's blowing his whistle. The whole bit, he's got the stop sign up. And then you go in and you wait to drop your kid off, and they signal, okay, everybody open up your vehicle doors. And out goes little Johnny and little Betsy, and they run off to school. And then it takes and like I said, we live 7 blocks from the school. It would take me 45 minutes round trip to get in and out of there.
2 things I'll say. Number one, it's great for talk radio because there are people who've been sitting in line all morning, and then this afternoon during the I'm often in-car line for the Scioli show for the afternoon. but so it's good for us.
Why are you still picking your kids up? Are they like 30?
No, my baby David is he's a teenager in
I
school.
Spit my coffee out.
High school. And the second, my baby. But, the second thing...
By the way, a 16-year-old must love having his mom come to get him.
They all have their parents come get them.
Okay. Sure
and by the way, at that school, the kids who have their own car, it's better than any of our cars.
Yeah.
They're going to,
back in my day, if I would have asked my mom or dad to drop me off each day from school, I would have gotten 5 across the eyes.
Yeah. As well you should have.
Yeah.
So you walked? Did you walk?
No, there was times where we took the bus. There was times my middle school was within walking. So to your point, like in Philadelphia, I went to Easton area middle school, and I lived about 8 or 9 blocks. And it was about a 20-minute walk, but we had to walk. There was no bus service if you lived geographically.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but then, I had buses, and then by the time I was 16, I drove to school until I crashed my car.
My brother John was a school bus driver, and because you could be at that district when you were 18. He was very responsible, got up at 3 a.m. He captured a jar, like a mason jar, full of spiders, all kinds of spiders, put them in this huge jar. Put it at the front of the bus. He said, see this jar? Any of you kids act up. These are super spiders. I'm going to just open the jar.
Scared straight.
That was my brother John. That's how he thinks.
That's how he rolled.
He's the same guy if he had to babysit kids in the neighborhood. He gave them all spray cans with the cap on and said, hey, see this $50 bill? First one who can make that stop going, you get this $50.
Wow.
You get all these little kids.
Okay.
When you shake the spray can, that's John.
By the way, up on the YouTube chat, good job, Phil. SEPTA or school bus? What are you taking right now? The school bus is winning at 78%.
It's a little low. I thought it would be 90.
So if you want to go there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where Tony writes that I have too much to say on too many topics.
Yeah, you should do a show then. How do you think I feel when I get through only 2/3 of the show sheet each day?
Can you imagine if
I've been teasing stuff since Tuesday of last week.
This is a radio show.
I know.
It's a radio show.
I know.
My Lord, Tony.
Too
Come on,
many
buddy.
topics. And then Tony, I'm telling my brother's spider in the jar story. Sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. So Tony says we've talked about too much today.
No. He says I have.
I thought it was me because I was telling my silly story.
I have too much to say on too many topics.
Yeah. Well, put them on overnight, Stalker. Tell them it's pro bono.
Topic quota.
See, this is the YouTube chat is good in a way because it lets us interact with an audience because God knows we don't take the calls here. But it's also bad because everybody then is a critic and everybody has a
right. Well, everybody wants to have. Everybody has a podcast. Everybody writes a book, and everybody thinks they're a brand manager.
And they also know that if it's a criticism, especially if it's about me, it's going to get read on air.
You're darn right.
Holy crap! Because he's the boss.
He's the boss. All right. Let me get to at least one of these two. Maybe we'll get to the other one by the time we get to part 2 of the cut sheet, which is fine. We'll get both of these in. What, more comments?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe some more jokes were coming in. This first headline, this is not written by The Onion or the Babylon Bee. California state health insurance to cover sex changes for illegal immigrants. I want you to think about this. For anybody out there that's ever wanted to have an elective surgery, or maybe anybody that's actually had real medical issues that your insurance company has fought you tooth and nail over, maybe it's, well, they don't need this type of imaging, or we don't think an MRI is necessary, or blah, 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 blah. So the Golden State is expanding its massive healthcare system this year, which means more taxpayer dollars will go to funding sex change surgeries for state residents regardless of their citizenship status. According to a memo and reported by the Daily Caller Foundation, California's Medi-Cal covers costs for hormone therapy and procedures, quote, that bring primary and secondary gender characteristics into conformity with the individual's identified gender, including ancillary services such as hair removal incident to those services. Nearly 700,000 illegal immigrants between the ages of 26 and 49 will qualify as of January 1st, which is already in effect 8 days in, for these federal health care services, which will cost California taxpayer dollars an estimated $3.1 billion. They go on to say gender-affirming care is a covered Medi-Cal benefit when medically necessary. Requests for gender-affirming care should be from specialists experienced in providing culturally competent care to transgender and gender-diverse individuals and should use nationally recognized guidelines. I want to point out one more quote here because this confirms what I have claimed many times, sometimes tongue-in-cheek, sometimes serious, when we talk about cut sheet segments with TikTok and mental health breakdowns. They say the memo adds that, quote, medical necessity is determined and services shall be recommended by treating licensed mental health professionals. So if somebody in the mental health field deems this to be a medical necessity, you will be covered under insurance to chop off a body part and go from one gender to the other, which my first reaction is, okay, then I am absolutely affirmed in my belief that any guy walking around that wants to become a girl is having a mental health breakdown, or maybe a mental health breakdown if you think you can actually truly become a female. But could you imagine imagine if this went into play in Pennsylvania? I mean, I know we all have our gripes about certain things with healthcare and the medical system, rightfully so. But I've gone through a couple of different things where I was having some TMJ issues with my jaw. They were telling my insurance company was like, this was in years past. It's not medically necessary for an MRI. We don't need to do blah, 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 blah. And one time I had a little cyst on the back of my head, and it wasn't bothering me, but they told me that it would be elective. Well, we're not going to cover it, even though you have like a little, looks like a big blueberry on the back of your head in the shape of a cyst. That's not covered under insurance. So if you get it removed, that's on you out of pocket. I'm blown away that we could have a story like this, and I guess maybe I shouldn't be because it's California and that's where these weird things happen. California state health insurance to cover sex changes for illegal immigrants. Think about that, Dawn Stenzel and Greg Stocker. We are going to have taxpayer-funded dollars going to what even they are admitting has to be deemed a mental health, procedure, so to speak, even though physically you're having some surgery done. And this, I would think this is probably elective, right? Like nobody ever just forces you to have a sex change. It's got to be something that you sit there and you say, you know what? I want to go through hormone therapy replacement and have my genitalia ripped off and try to become a female. Like that's an elective thing, right? And we're going to fund that with taxpayer dollars. If you're just a common sense person in California, you got to be reading that story and thinking, what the hell is going on in my state? I would be outraged about that.
I'm all for this. You know why?
Are you serious?
Because, think about it.
You're trolling me, right?
No, if somebody says that to feel like a woman, that they want to get all this stuff, what about if you are a woman, but let's say you want the mommy makeover, so-called, a little breast lift, little tummy tuck, all that kind of stuff.
I could go for a tummy tuck right now myself.
Vagina rejuvenation.
Oh.
Surgery. It's a thing.
That's a thing?
It's a thing.
Vagina rejuvenation.
So I'm thinking, hey, for all of us mommies, we had babies, we could just, feel like your 25-year-old bodily self.
Oh, that'd be
vagina rejuvenation.
Vagina rejuvenation.
One day when I run for office, I'm going to run on that.
See?
Yeah.
I think that's the ticket.
We got to make vaginas great again.
That's right.
That's going to be my campaign slogan. I'll win in a landslide. I'll blow everybody out. Every dude in America would vote for me, regardless of. I will unite America.
See? So I'm just thinking. And that's how you put it to the test. You say, okay, California.
So this is a female test to the men that try to be females. This is the angle you're coming at it
to
from.
say, hey, if you're going to do that for folks who want to feel like a woman, then what about the women who want to feel better about being a woman? And maybe their body has gone through, taking a beating.
This is just, remarkable. This equates to $4,058 per year in medical coverage subsidies funded by the state's general fund. God, California. What a state. All right, that's the one headline. We will get to an op-ed from the New York Times coming up right before Dawn's Big Three or after, before we get to part 2 of the cut sheet. And it happens to include Taylor Swift.
No.
I swear to God, I can't believe this is from the New York Times. This is not what you're expecting, folks. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this is unbelievable that this made the New York Times, honestly.
I really thought this was a spoof headline, but it's not.
No.
We'll get to that coming up in a little bit, but 9:20 right on the dot. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello? Hey, Schnitzel. I'm in Spain. I wanted you to meet somebody. Dirk Nowitzki. See? How's it going? How's the retirement home? Are they still feeding you pudding?
Who's this? And how'd you get this number?
Yes, all right, I deserve that. Okay, all right, he's starting to believe you, Dirk. Come on.
I'm just kidding. That's Stan the Man right there. He's a legend. What's your name, kid?
Bo Cruz.
Where you play at, Bo Cruz?
Nowhere. I just work construction.
Well, not for long if Stan is calling me about you.
You see? This is mi amigo.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today's great prize, another pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. It's coming up January 13th through the 21st. For tickets and more information, visit phillyautoshow.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Pair of tickets, Philadelphia Auto Show, that you can use between January 13th through the 21st. See if we get our winner when we come back. And one of the most shocking op-eds, I think, in New York Times history. That's next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe? Constantly, it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn MacNow and Ray Diddinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher into 2024, forcing millions of hardworking Americans to delay their retirement or even return to the workforce. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle at our next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Vacation? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there. That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
.927, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. Be safe out there as the weather starts to pick up, I would imagine, here in a matter of minutes. Dawn's Big Three coming up in a couple of minutes. Also, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. And the New York Times op-ed on Taylor Swift.
By the way, real fast, I'm getting comments about people saying that I'm playing a lot of Van Halen today, this morning. It's because the Van Halen album 1984 turns 40 years old today.
Okay.
So it
Came
was
out
released
6 days after I was born.
January 9th, 1984. This
day.
album was released.
I was embarking on week 2 of my existence on this earth.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Because as you know, last Wednesday, January 3rd, I turned 40.
I heard.
Yeah, it was my birthday.
I heard.
Big day.
I heard.
All right. Martha is in Gibbsboro, New Jersey, and she's our winner this morning. Martha, good morning. How are you? And what movie clip did we just play for you?
You played Hustle.
Yeah. That is correct. Now, was that a little challenging? Because I thought that was a little bit on the difficult side.
I'm sorry. I knew it right off. I love that movie.
Okay, so you're an Adam Sandler fan. Nice work out of you, Martha. You're obviously a fan of the auto show because you got yourself a pair of tickets coming up January 13th through the 21st. So thank you very much, Martha.
Thank you. Appreciate
there
it.
she is. Nice of Martha to take a break from working with Brett Baer and chime in this morning. And that's not Martha McCollum. It's a different Martha. It's Martha in Gibbstown. All right. So let's get to this NY Times op-ed. I swear I'm still trying to figure out how this was released, but I guess, the New York Times is like, it's the opinion of this writer, and this writer, I believe her name is Ann Davis. Let me just make sure I got that correct. Anna Marks, actually, wrote this article where she is questioning the sexuality of Taylor Swift. And oh, by the way, the Swifties had a field day with this one, as the Swifties go scorched earth on the New York Times after the op-ed questions her sexuality, saying that the New York Times, I guess they're late to the party with some of these Swifties, have thrown ethics out the window. After running an opinion piece questioning Taylor Swift's sexuality, the New York Times has quickly learned what it means to have bad blood with a devoted fan base. Swifties going scorched earth on the publication, irate that they would publish an article suggesting that Taylor Swift might be gay. A representative for Swift did not immediately respond to Fox's request for comment. The article has generated massive backlash on social media. One user saying, "I just canceled my subscription. This article is sexist and grossly inappropriate." Wow, throwing ethics out the window early this year, another user commented. And one last one, because there's plenty of comments. This essay is a fireable offense, poorly written, horribly invasive, and objectionable in a myriad of ways. It is both galling and weird that the New York Times would publish a speculative piece on someone's gender identity. This is beneath the editorial standards of the Times.
I got to say this, too, and I don't really think that highly of the New York Times anyway, but the fact that they're basically saying that she's a lesbian and she's giving signals, right? They call her, like a gaylord or something in this, where she's actually a gay person, but she's sending out signals to other gay people that she's one of them. And there's all of these little Easter eggs in these things that shows this, which is the theory behind this is that blank crazy.
I agree. And I have never, and I couldn't really care less one way or the other, but I've never had any thought that Taylor Swift was not into men. All we've ever heard about Taylor Swift is albums and songs written about past romances, boyfriend after boyfriend after boyfriend. She's been, dating the other lesser Kelsey for 4 months now. She ruined our NFL season by being in press box after press box. I'm legitimately surprised that the Times would actually run with this. This would be something in a, and I don't think the New York Times has much of a journalistic integrity or standard anymore. The Washington Post, they're all garbage nowadays. But I'm surprised that this kind of got through. But I also, and I'm not like defending Taylor Swift, and I really couldn't care if she's gay or not. She's apparently been the accusation is that she's been spotted with her famous girl squad during the release of the newest album. But where have we seen her constantly? With Patrick Mahomes' wife. So, I'm sorry. I don't arrive at the conclusion that a female could be gay or be a lesbian just because they're running in circles with other females. I don't know. I hang out with a bunch of my buddies. People insinuate that I'm gay because I hang out with dudes. I don't know. But I just see this and I'm like, I don't know how this and I'm not a Taylor Swift fan by any stretch, as you can imagine, over the last 4 months that we've talked about this story. But the public's fascination with her romantic life is very interesting. And I know Hollywood celebrities always kind of garner this attention. Who's dating who? Remember, it was Cameron Diaz for a while, who she was dating, Justin Timberlake, this guy, that guy. But this Anna Marks, I don't know if she's on social media, but I would not want to check her mentions right now.
I'm sure she turned them off.
I would imagine she did.
Yep.
So, the New York Times. Well, there you go. Coming after
it's bizarre,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the New York Times is stooping for clicks.
Yep.
Because we're talking about them.
Of course.
So. All right.
It's crazy.
It's 9:34. Let's get to a Dawn Stensland. Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center this morning. So right now we're at 9:34 a.m. and this is a significant time because oral arguments are set to begin. I'm actually live streaming this. This is the United States Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. And why should we care? Well, because attorneys for Donald J. Trump, as well as special counsel Jack Smith, set to face off here are facing off and arguing over whether or not the former president is immune from Smith's case, charging the former president with illegally, allegedly, attempting to overturn the 2020 election results. So Trump, we're told, is in person in D.C., attending the arguments in person to face Jack Smith in court. I mean, that's the court drama, if you will. The outcome of the arguments obviously have major implications here, not just for Trump's legal battles. If they can say, no, he's the president, he has immunity, and this would impact his ability to campaign, because keep in mind, he's less than a week before the Iowa caucus, and here he is in court today. He'll be in court again. He'll be in court Friday for another case, and he'll be next Tuesday for another case, all different cases. Mm-hmm. But in this one, the power of the presidency itself, because would this then have a chilling effect from these kinds of prosecutions or persecutions?
Do they expect to have a ruling today on this with the immunity?
Well, they're hearing the arguments. Okay. And so there's no promise of when this would come out. It's a 3-judge panel.
Okay.
And it's the U.S. Court of Appeals.
Right. This is not before a jury. This is before three.
It's a
justices.
3 federal appellate judge panel.
Right.
That will hear these arguments. So this is big. And if they rule in the favor of the power of the presidency, which is really what's at stake here, and so they have to look at the power of the presidency and our president's immune from this, because essentially the law says, especially, as far as the power of the presidency, then there's the other issue that's before the Supreme Court, that when you're campaigning, you basically can say anything you want. Mm-hmm. Right. So those are some of the broad issues. By the way, speaking of the federal government, if you like to get things done early, you can. The IRS has announced they will start accepting and processing 2023 federal income tax returns starting Monday, January 29th, so a little earlier. So if you like that early bird situation, you'd like to get it in, Monday, January 29th is the earliest they're going to take it and start processing it. Obviously, the usual filing deadline is Monday, April 15th. However, there are many states and conditions because of the day it falls on. Maybe many states and many places may have until April 17th.
Or you could just do what a Hunter Biden would do or John Fetterman would do and just not pay him at all.
Yeah, exactly.
It's your decision.
Exactly. Yeah. Number 3, I debated on this one, but I have to go with the storm because they're upping the ante here as they look at it's a powerful storm that's packing quite a punch. I'm using every news media alliteration that they say, right? But seriously, National Weather Service is issuing multiple alerts, warnings, watches as far as the storm moving in. The skies are darkening right now, but this rain, it gets heavy this afternoon into this evening. At least 3 inches of rain is what they're calling for. Coastal flooding. They called out parts of Bucks County as well as Philadelphia County for some of this flooding that we could face driving in tomorrow morning.
I'll pick you guys. Don't worry about it. I'll pick you guys up tomorrow morning in my pontoon. It'll be like McHale's Navy. We'll finally put that to set the sail.
We'll go on the pontoon.
That's right.
So we could do a little water skiing. But seriously, they're saying that this could be serious. And again, don't drive through those closed roads. We saw that last time. But a lot of people like me had flooded basements and all kinds of problems. The difference in this one, 3 inches plus, is high winds. So now I saw PECO is putting out alerts if you get a text for your power company that they're expecting high winds. They're preparing for power outages.
Oh, I'm totally expecting my internet, TV, power. It's all going to be out today.
Because the ground gets so soft with all of this rain we've had, and then there go the trees.
Yep.
So it's not a picnic. So just want to point that out. Watch the timing of the storm and, be safe, baby. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, molding at affordable rates. Just visit their showroom in Philadelphia, or you can visit their website, TommyD's.com. Thank you, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:39 on this Tuesday morning. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. I gotta say, for a Defense Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas is if it's not a crisis, he sure is doing a lot to clean up the mess, the mess that is happening there in Eagle Pass, Texas. So he held a press conference yesterday. I'm sure you guys saw this.
Yep.
Basically saying, look, everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the dog with the eyes that are big with the fire around him, saying, "Don't panic, everything's fine."
Yep. This guy's in denial.
So we have a few cuts from that that happened last night, and he said, "I'm going to start with cut 12 here, Phil." He says, "We're doing everything we can within a broken system." So he admits the system's broken to reduce irregular migration. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
In fact, the majority of all migrants encountered at the southwest border throughout this administration have been removed, returned, or expelled, a majority of them. We are doing everything we can within a broken system to incentivize non-citizens to use lawful pathways, to impose consequences on those who do not, and to reduce irregular migration. We will continue to do everything we can, and we will continue to enforce the law. But we need Congress to make the legislative changes and provide the funding that our frontline officers so desperately need.
It's not a matter of funding. It's a matter of enforcing what's in place already. That's number one. Number two, that number that he threw out a few days ago, 70%, was actually 85%. So that was a lie. But just the way he's got such a slow kind of demeaning delivery. It's like of all the people that try to insult your intelligence and speak down to you, he comes off very, very elitist to me. I've said this many times on the show. I can't stand that guy. He is just so in over his head and so incompetent. I don't know what they were thinking when they gave this guy that job, but he clearly, and by the way, he was an hour late to deliver that yesterday.
Was he?
Yes, he was supposed to do it outside, but there was some high winds and stuff that were going to make it bad. So they had to move inside, and it took like an hour and 15 minutes for them to get situated.
Well, Nick, I know everything that you said is true, but he disagrees with you.
Okay.
Because he says that some have accused DHS of not enforcing our nation's laws. This could not be further from the truth. Cut 1, Phil. Go.
Some have accused DHS of not enforcing our nation's laws. This could not be further from the truth. Having begun my public service career as a federal prosecutor for 12 years, ultimately serving as the United States Attorney, there is nothing I take more seriously than our responsibility to uphold the law. And the men and women of DHS are working around the clock to do so.
So he's a former prosecutor, so he should have a passion for upholding the law. I mean, when you're a prosecutor, your job is to basically enforce the law and lock people up. You believe law and order. But I guess in this day and age with the lack of law and order, he's the perfect transition, so to speak, to send somebody down to the border where we don't enforce any, which actually just goes in stride with everything this administration is not about when it comes to enforcing things.
He also said, this is the last one, he says the high number of migrants that they've encountered at the southern border is a challenge.
Not a crisis, a challenge.
Challenge.
Different C word.
That is not unique to the United States. Cut 2, Phil, go.
The high number of migrants we have encountered at our southern border is a challenge that is not unique to the United States. Countries throughout our hemisphere, in fact, throughout the world, are experiencing an unprecedented number of displaced people fleeing poverty, authoritarian regimes, homes destroyed by extreme weather events, corruption, and violence. The regional challenges require regional solutions, and that is why Secretary of State Blinken and I, with the White House Homeland Security Advisor Sherwood Randall, were in Mexico 2 weeks ago, why I spoke with Panama's Minister of Security last week, and why, among other engagements in the region, I will be traveling to Central America in the coming weeks, as I have throughout the past 3 years.
I love how he's trying to spin this from the standpoint of this is not just an American problem. This is going on all throughout the globe, as if people in America give two you-know-whats about other broken illegal immigration systems in other nations. All we care about is our own territorial boundaries that are being overrun. And he said, well, this has been going on, yet not to this level.
Yep.
Not 302,000 in 1 month, buddy.
Joseph on the YouTube chat says it perfectly. It's your job. It's your fault. Exactly. Like, I can't get up in front of, my bosses here at Odyssey and be like, well, I know ratings and revenue are down, but you have to understand that it's not just us. It's the broken system. It's the broken system of radio, and it's this and it's that. They're like, no, we pay you to get results. Get results. That's exactly what we're saying to Mayorkas there. Like, the system is broken. There's a record number of people crossing the border. Do something about it.
It's amazing how mainstream this issue has become now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you just saw there, ABC News was carrying that live.
Yep.
CNN has thrown up on their graphic the word crisis. I mean, when it gets to that level, it's undeniable, and there's nowhere to run and hide.
Finally, Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday addressed the fact that Secretary Lloyd Austin was in intensive care for days, and this administration had no idea about it.
And second in command was on vacation.
Yes. Yeah. Or he was ill or something? Was he ill too?
No, I think one was in Puerto Rico on vacation or something. Yeah.
The deputy, though, was out of the country on vaco.
Yeah.
So was Biden.
Yeah.
But in other words, they did transfer the power from Austin to his deputy. The problem was the deputy was on vacation. Nobody knew any of this.
No, it's amazing.
It's unbelievable.
I mean,
it's like, who's on first?
Yeah,
who's in charge?
Exactly.
Lloyd Austin is sixth in command in the United States.
Oh
and nobody knows he's gone.
Well, don't worry, because the president still has complete confidence in Secretary Austin, according to Karine Jean-Pierre. This is what she said yesterday. This is cut 7, Phil, go.
Should the American people have confidence in Austin given his lack of transparency? And then also, do the American people need to be concerned about a lack of transparency for the president given this lapse?
So I want to go back to Austin's statement a couple of days ago where he has taken responsibility. And so I think that's important. So I would point you to that. And I will just reiterate that the president has complete confidence, continues to have confidence in Secretary Austin. And as the Admiral just stated, I think the number one thing right now is for him, we want to see him back at the Pentagon, get well and back at the Pentagon. And I'll just add one more thing, is that the president, as we have shared, the president spoke to Secretary Austin on Saturday. They had a very good conversation. And again, the president appreciate Austin's statement and taking full responsibility here. And I think that's what matters, is him getting back to the Pentagon and taking full responsibility.
Okay, so Greg, I have to inform you that I will not be in for the next couple of days. I'm going to tell you in advance, I'm having LASIK procedure done on my eyes. And by the way, Opelka is also not available. He's on a golf vacation. Now, we're going to give you the advanced warning just so you know that we are incognito for the next couple of days. I will not leave you hanging like Lloyd Austin.
I appreciate
But the thing is, Lloyd Austin was rushed to the emergency department and was in the intensive care unit. Who even knows? We don't know his private business or what's going on here. But to blame somebody who had a medical emergency and perhaps is unconscious or on a bunch of IVs or machines hooked up. I mean, obviously they knew the call was made that he was suffering with a medical emergency. You don't blame the dude who had a heart attack.
But I think
you know what I mean? Not that I know that he had a heart attack, but you know what I'm saying?
I think he had complications which led to the ICU because he had an elective procedure. So something went wrong with the original.
Well, but that could be a blood clot, Nick, which can be, you know what I mean? That could be something like a stroke or a heart attack. So whatever was going on, yes, the elective thing was December 22nd, but my point is, like, she's saying, well, he apologized. What? And he's got like a breathing mask on and he's hooked up to machines, then heart monitors. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or what if he's not even conscious?
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
it's a bunch of malarkey.
It's terrible.
All right, that'll do it for Cut Sheet Part 2. What a day.
I threw that out there at 9:49.
I love that.
Just let you guys stew on that.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won social media today. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Joe Medercher, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my new podcast, Search Engine. On Search Engine, we tackle the kinds of questions that keep you up at night. Like, why are drug dealers putting fentanyl in everything? Should we be worried that Elon Musk believes that we're living in a simulation? And, for the love of God, is it actually unsafe to drink the coffee on airplanes? On Search Engine, no question is too big and no question is too small. Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. That NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:53. Welcome back in Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 7 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for the next 2 hours this morning.
Yes, so we're watching this court proceeding very carefully, and if we can, we'll even take some of the audio for it as far as this D.C. Circuit Court involving Trump. Huge ramifications here. Again, not just for Trump, his campaign, his possible future presidency, but as well for other presidents. So that's a historic one. We're watching it very carefully. We have coming up at 11:30, it'll be Betsy Brantner Smith, National Police Association. Some important news. and happenings involving law enforcement locally and nationally that you want to hear from Betsy, and that's Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith, and she's coming up at 11:30. So that one we have. Otherwise, we will update you on everything happening Pennsylvania. Why is our House in Harrisburg, representatives, why are they still not meeting in person? We're going to follow up on it's ridiculous. We'll follow up on that one.
It's COVID.
Oh my God.
I know.
What are we doing?
It's craziness.
Oh, God.
All right. Iowa town hall tonight for DeSantis. Trump is up tomorrow night. And Greg Stocker, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Hassan bin Sober wins Twitter. He says, where do I go for that vagina rejuvenation? My wife's birthday is coming up. That's not right. If you're just tuning in at 9:55 and have no idea what we're talking about, just go back on the rewind.
Yeah.
Who won?
YouTube, I'm going to give it to Shelly McDonnell. She says, where did her call go? Or where did her thing go? Oh, yeah. You're telling me, in response to Lloyd Austin, you're telling me that his wife did not know how to call in sick?
I know.
It's great. It's
pretty remarkable.
I think she did actually, though.
Oh.
That's just it.
Really?
I think they did know. It's just that somebody dropped the ball.
Yeah, at the White House.
Because it was all over. It was the holidays.
The whole administration drops balls. They're like Eagles receivers back in the 90s.
Yes.
Oh,
there was like
dropping passes.
There was like an intern in the Pentagon who was running the country. You know,
our buddy Michael LaRosa was in charge.
Oh, that's not right.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll do it for us on a Tuesday. Everybody stay safe, stay dry, and stay tuned for the Dawn Show. That's coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over 15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more